Ora
job
si registrerà la conferenza.
of observers. So we will have a look rapidly to Annex 2 to see which kind of information are absolutely required, but you will turn back on this during this training course. So Annex 2. Here it is. So for section A, it's for catching vessels, so mainly for us personers. So you have a minimum specification for phishing logbooks. So the logbook must be numbered by sheets. So this point is if you have a paper logbook, but logically you should have an electronic logbook. So in the electronic logbook, effectively the sheets are automatically numbered, of course. The logbook must be filled in every day by midnight or before port arrival. So by midnight at maximum, the master must fill in its logbook. The logbook must be completed in case of at-sea inspections, because one of the rules also of the inspector coming on board, first thing, he will check the logbook and the information that are filled in the logbook. One copy of the sheets must remain attached to the logbook. So this one is also if you have a paper logbook. So every sheet must remain attached to the logbook as a whole. Logbooks must be kept on board, of course, to cover a period of 1 year operation. So here for the personer, as they operate maximum 2 months, the rest of the time they are at port, but effectively the logbook has a validity of 1 year. So minimum standard information for phishing logbooks: master name and address, dates and ports of departure, dates and ports of arrival, vessel name, register name, Icat number. This is very important, is to find on the logbook on every paper anyway the identification of the vessel according to Icat. So every phishing vessel, as we have seen yesterday, is identified in the records of Icat and has got an Icat number. A vessel without an Icat number cannot participate to the bluefin tuna phishing campaign. So this Icat number is important, and we have to find it everywhere, beginning by the logbook. International radio call sign and IMO number, if available. Then the master must inform about its phishing gear, so type by FAO code, dimension, length, number of hooks if it's a long line, and so on. Operation at sea with 1 line minimum per day of trip, providing activity, fishing, steaming, the position, exact daily positions in degree and minutes, recorded for each fishing operation, or at noon when no fishing has been conducted during this day. So for the position, when the boat is steaming or is anchored at night, the master gives only one position at noon every day. But if he is conducting a fishing operation, for each fishing operation, he has to inform on the logbook the position where the fishing operation is occurring. The master must record, of course, the point C of the detail of its catches, including the FAO code of the catch, of the species he has catched, round RWT weight in kilo per day, and the number of pieces per day. For per-scene vessels, this should be recorded by fishing operation, including nil returns. It means that sometimes, effectively, the fishing operation is not successful. It is considered that a phishing operation is implemented as long as the net has touched the water. As long as the net has touched the water, it is a phishing operation. But sometimes, because the fish can escape, of course, the phishing operation is not successful. There is no catch, in fact, but it is still a phishing operation. So this phishing operation, even if the result is 0, must be recorded and informed on the logbook. There must be the master signature. So for the electronic logbook, it's an electronical signature. Means of weight measure, estimation, weights on board and counting. So this is the way the master uses to estimate its catch. So is it purely an estimation? Some part of the catch has been waiting on board. So for the purseiner, of course, there is no waiting on board, because I recall that the fish remains inside the net. Or counting, we have for that the video record, as we will see. The logbook is kept in equivalent live weight of fish and mentions the convention factors used in the evaluation. Okay. There is a minimum information for landing logbooks in case of landing or transshipment. So I recall that for the bluefin tuna, the transshipment is only authorized if at the end the bluefin tuna is landed at the specific port. So must be informed dates on port of landing, transshipment, products, species, number of fish, signature of the master of vessel agent. In case of transshipment, receiving vessel name, its flag and Icat number. This point 4 is when we have seen yesterday, in case the bluefin tuna is put on an auxiliary vessel to be then landed at the port. So effectively, the logbook of the purseiner or the towing vessel must inform of this transshipment at sea on the auxiliary vessel and give the information of the auxiliary vessel with always its Icat number, because the auxiliary vessel also is identified and has got an Icat number. So minimum information for fishing logbooks in case of transfer into cages. So we have seen yesterday the definition of the first transfer. When the first transfer occurs between the purseiner and the transport cage of the towing vessel, this must be informed also in the logbook. So the date, time, and position of this transfer, the products that have been transferred. So here it's only bluefin tuna, but you must specify the identification of the FAO code of the bluefin tuna, and the number of fish and quantity in kilo transferred into cages. So that is the responsibility of the master of the purseiner to inform about the quantity in kilo transferred into cages. You will see when you will see video footing that the estimation in kilo, if you are not really a professional, is quite impossible. So as an observer, you will have, or the ROP has got a quantity in numbers of fishes, but the estimation in kilo, it's only under the responsibility of the master of the purseiner. Name of the towing vessel that is receiving this bluefin tuna, its flag and its Icat number. Every towing vessel has got also an Icat number and it must be informed. Name of the farm of destination and the Icat number of the farm, of course. So those information about the transfer are compulsory. So a very specific point, we have seen yesterday the definition and how was functioning a joint fishing operation. So in a joint fishing operation, we have seen that several purseaners are involved, even if there is only one purseaner that is doing the fishing operation for the rest of the GFO. So in case of GFO, In complement of information laid down in points 1 to 4, the master shall record in their logbook. So every master of every purchaser inside the GFO must fill and record those information in their logbooks, even if they have not participated to the phishing operation. So as regard the catching vessel, so the first case is for the catching vessel. Inside a GFO, only one, if we're talking about the phishing operation itself, of course, only one purchaser is realizing the catching operation. So the catching vessel, the purchaser that has done effectively the catch, is transferring effectively the fish into cages. So these specific purchasers must put the amount of catches taken on board, the amount of catches counted against its individual quota, the names of the other vessels involved in the GFO. So he must put the name of and the Icat number of all the purchasers that are inside its own GFO, but he has to calculate also its individual quota. So it's, remember that every purchaser has got an individual quota, but inside the GFO, all the quota is put together. But on the logbook, the purchaser that has done the catch must inform about its own individual quota. As regards the other catching vessels, so here the other catching vessels are the other purchasers, because a purchaser is a catching vessel, but the other purchasers that are inside the GFO, but that have not done the catch and that are not involved, of course, in the transfer of the fish. So they have to put the name of the other vessels involved in the GFO, their international radio call signs and Icat numbers, always, that no catches have been taken on board or transferred into cages. Effectively, they cannot put fish or transfer fishes because they have not done the catch. Amount of catches counted against their individual quotas. The name and the Icat number of the catching vessel that has done the catch, that is referred in point A. So when we are specifically inside the GFO, we have those specific information to add at the level of the purchaser inside the logbook. Okay. Now, mostly interesting for you, so it's the towing vessel. Every vessel has got a logbook, and the towing vessel, of course, has also got a logbook. So the master of the towing vessel must, in the same conditions, fill in this logbook daily and to record compulsory information. So master of towing vessels shall record on their daily logbook the date, time, and position of transfer, the quantity, so when a transfer is occurring, of course, the quantities transferred, number of fish and quantity in kilo, the cage number. We will see that every transport cage is identified by a specific number. So he has to put the number of the cage in which the transfer has occurred, as well as the catching vessel name, the flag and the Icat number of this catching vessel, so it will be a purchaser, the name of the other vessels involved and their Icat number, the farm of destination and its Icat number, and the Icat transfer declaration number. We will see that when we are implementing a transfer at sea, before implementing the transfer, the master of the purchaser must receive from its CPC an authorization, and he has to fill a document called ITD, Icat Transfer Declaration, and this document has got a number. So this number must appear on the logbook when a transfer has been implemented. Second, he must inform also on the logbook further transfer to auxiliary vessels or to towing vessels shall be reported, including the name information as point 1, as well as the auxiliary or towing vessel name, flag, and Icat number, and the Icat transfer declaration number. We have seen yesterday in the definitions of transfer that during the towing, during the transportation of the bluefin tuna, towing vessels have the possibility to transfer from one transport cage to another transport cage part of their fishes. So this is called effectively further transfers. We have seen in the definitions. So if a further transfer is occurring, effectively, this has to be informed, and you have to check it on the logbook with effectively the name, Icat number of the vessels, the two towing vessels involved. You may have also the situation where if there is dead bluefin tuna, the towing vessel may give this dead bluefin tuna to an auxiliary vessel to be transshipped to a port. In this case also, this event must be informed in the logbook. So third, the daily logbook shall contain the details of all transfers carried out during the fishing season. The daily logbook shall be kept on board and be accessible at any time for control purposes. So it must be made available to inspectors, of course. It must be available, of course, to the CPC observer too. So every day you have to check this logbook. So you will, during the training, you will say, suppose examples of logbooks of towing vessels and the way they are filled in and the kind of information you have to verify. Okay, but this is a very important aspect for controlling the activities of any vessels. And once more, it's one of the main duty of every observer is to verify every day that the logbook is filled in and to verify that all the information is available on the logbook, the two things. So auxiliary vessels, but we are not concerned, and processing vessels do have also a logbook, and they have to fill some information. You will have the time to look at the information afterwards that is required for these two other vessels, but mainly you are concerned by the logbook of the towing vessel or the catching vessel. Okay, we can turn back to the recommendation. So in the requirements of information that are due to be sent for control purposes, of course, we have also catch reports. And these catch reports are sent by the masters of the catching vessels or the trap operators. So each CPC shall ensure that its catching vessel fishing actively for bluefin tuna shall communicate to their authorities during the whole period in which they are authorized to fish by electronic or any other effective means daily information from logbook, including the date, time, location, the weight and number of bluefin tuna caught in the area covered by this plan. So as now we have electronic logbooks, effectively the information of the logbook, because this information is, as we have seen, informed in the logbook. So logically today, if we have electronic logbooks, those reports are automatically sent when the logbook is filled and the information of the logbook is electronically and immediately transmitted to the CPC. But if it was not the case, the masters of catching vessels must send daily information about their catches, even if they have not catch, obviously. So masters of purchasing vessels shall produce reports referred to in paragraph 36 on a fishing operation by fishing operation basis, including operations where the catch was 0 So I recall that effectively phishing operation is considered valid as long as the net has touched the water, even if the result of this catch is zero. Even if it's zero, this phishing operation must be informed, and that's very important. So okay, so that we have seen. So the trap operators also must inform about their catches in the same way, because even on traps, traps have got a logbook. So trap is catching mean, and so the same requirement for information and for phishing activities are due to be reported to the CPCs. Then we'll go to designated ports. Designated ports concerns dead bluefin tuna. As we have seen, it is possible to transship dead bluefin tuna only if this bluefin tuna is landed on specific port. We call it designated ports, because those ports are designated by the CPC every year at the beginning, before the beginning of the season. CPCs are transmitting to Icat Secretariat the list of their designated ports. It's under the responsibility of the CPC. To be a designated port, it means to be a port that can receive dead bluefin tuna. Of course, the CPC has verified that in this specific port, there are the inspection and control means available to monitor the landing of this dead bluefin tuna. That's why all the ports are not designated, only those ones where effectively the CPC has the capability to control these landing operations. So you have seen yesterday morning in the Icat website that you have the list for every CPC involved in the bluefin tuna fishery of their designated ports. So if bluefin tuna is landed in another port than those designated ports, it's illegal. It's not possible. So when you have a dead bluefin tuna from a purseiner or from a towing vessel, this bluefin tuna, maybe it's not compulsory, but if the masters of the operator decide so, to put this bluefin tuna on an auxiliary vessel, only on an auxiliary vessel. No other vessel is allowed to receive dead bluefin tuna, because transshipment at sea is forbidden, only on an auxiliary vessel. And once the bluefin tuna, the dead bluefin tuna, is on the auxiliary vessel must directly go to a designated port. It cannot go elsewhere, only on directly to a designated port. So that's why I explained here the recommendation. Each CPC who has been allowed a bluefin tuna quota shall designate ports where landing or transshipping operation of bluefin tuna are authorized. The list shall be communicated each year to the Icat Secretariat as part of the annual fishing plan communicated by each CPC. So inside the annual fishing plan, you have the list of designated ports. Okay, so when the Icat Secretariat receives this list, immediately it puts it in its website, so you can verify at any moment. If your master is saying, okay, I have dead fish, I put it in this auxiliary vessel, and this auxiliary goes to this port, you verify that this port effectively is a designated port, not another one. So for a port to be determined as a designated port, as we were saying, the port state shall ensure that the following conditions are met. That's why it's not all the ports, it's only specific ports that met those specific conditions. A, establish landing and transshipment times, establish landing and transshipment places, establish mainly inspection and surveillance procedures, ensuring inspection coverage during all landing and transshipment times, and at all landing and transshipment places in accordance with the paragraph 85. So effectively, the port must have this available, these inspection and surveillance procedures at any time. It's not to say that, okay, I will send inspectors, they will arrive in 1 week, and so on. No, they must be available at any time, because you can have landing of bluefin tuna at any time. Not only Persian sinners or towing vessel are landing dead bluefin tuna. In fact, it's very marginal in their activity. But you have the longliners. The longliners also, they land their catches and they land it in designated ports. So it shall be prohibited to land or transship from catching vessels as well as processing vessels and auxiliary vessel any quantity of bluefin tuna fished at any place other than port designated by CPC. It's very clear. It's prohibited. So on the basis of the information received by CPCs, the Icat Secretariat shall maintain a list of designated ports on the Icat website. You have seen it yesterday morning, effectively. There is this list of ports available on the Icat website, and the Icat Secretariat is responsible for maintaining this list and this information. So the procedure. So prior notification of landings, effectively, a vessel cannot come and say, I'm there, so I will land bluefin tuna, control it. There is a prior notification because the control means and inspection means must be organized before the vessel arrives and land its bluefin tuna. So prior to entry into any port, masters of catching vessel or processing vessel or auxiliary vessel shall provide the relevant authorities of the port at least 4 hours before the estimated time of arrival. So they must give the estimated time of arrival, of course, so the inspection and control mean get organized. Estimate the quantity of bluefin tuna retained on board. The information on the geographic area where the catch was taken. So if the fishing grounds are less than 4 hours from the port of arrival, the estimated quantities of bluefin tuna retained on board may be modified at any time prior to arrival. So port state authorities shall keep a record of all prior notices for the current year. So all these prior notifications are kept for means of control for 1 year, and they must be presented even, for example, if Icat is asking for that, or in case EU, for example, wants to make a control for EU member states, or the CPC control authorities, of course. All landings shall be controlled by the relevant control authorities, and the percentage shall be inspected based on a risk assessment system involving quota, fleet size, and fishing effort. So it's the CPC who determines those percentages and risk assessment, but effectively, if there is a huge landing, they do not control all the fishes. But their control must be accurate according to the overall quota, the fleet size, and must be efficient, of course. Okay. But there is also a reporting activity from the catches, from the reporting from the CPCs of their catches to the Secretariat. So the CPCs are also the responsibility to inform regularly Icat Secretariat of the catches, because effectively the Icat Secretariat has to monitor also the quota and the quota given to each CPC. So CPC shall send bi-weekly, so 2 times a week, catch reports by GIR without delay to the Icat Secretariat to ensure the data publication deadline specified below can be met. So 2 times a week, the CPC must send a report on its catches by GIR, so by personer, by longliners, by traps, mainly. So there is a specific format of this report. Cpc shall report also the Icat Secretariat the dates when the entire quota of bluefin tuna has been utilized. Of course, this is a very important information because the utilization of the quota relies on the responsibility of the CPC. So the CPC has to inform immediately the date in which the bluefin quota has been totally utilized. Obviously by GIR, because it's not because, for example, all their fleet of bluefin of personer has completed their quota. It doesn't mean that, for example, the traps have immediately utilized also their quota. But when the entire quota has been utilized, they must inform the Icat Secretariat. It means that all fishing activities, of course, have to stop immediately. And the Icat Secretariat shall immediately transfer this information to all the other CPCs. So this is very transparent. When a CPC say, okay, I have reached my quota, all the other CPCs are aware of that. Okay. For means of control also, and this point is very important, everything must be cross-checked by the CPC. The CPC receives different sources of information from its control agents, from the inspectors, from the Icat inspectors, because we'll see there is 2 levels of inspection. You have the level of the inspection of the CPC itself, but you have also an international scheme of inspection, and you have Icat inspectors. So you may have both inspections on board. You have also the observers. You have the VMS. So all those kind of the logbooks, of course. So CPCs shall verify all these documents, so inspection reports and observer reports, that is very important, VMS data, the EBCDs, of course, the timely submission of logbooks and the information, of course, recorded in the logbooks of their fishing vessels, all the transfer and transshipment documents, and catch documents. So the competent authority shall carry out cross-checks by species on all landings, transshipments, transfer, and caging between the quantities recorded in the fishing vessel logbooks or in the transshipment declaration and the quantities recorded in the landing declaration or caging declaration, and on any other relevant documentation, such as invoice, and or sales notes. So until the fish is marketed, we'll see on the EBCD, you have a specific section on the sale of the bluefin tuna and the name of the buyer. So the CPC may go to this information also to cross all information. This cross-check of information relies mainly on quantities. Why quantities? Because we are under the quota monitoring system. So effectively, all those quantities must be cross-checked and must be coherent, beginning with the level of the quota, to verify that at any time, any operation, the quota has been respected in quantities. But it's the responsibility of the CPC once more to do this cross-checking, because the CPC once more is responsible towards Icat of the management of its quota. So we come now to a section regarding transshipment again. So it is recorded that here that transshipment operations of bluefin tuna shall be allowed only at designated ports, only those designated ports defined as we have seen in paragraph 80 and 84. So it is a recall here, transshipment only at designated ports, no transshipments at sea. Okay, so now we come to an important part that will be of interest for you in the control measures. It's the observers programs. So it's part of the control and monitoring measures. But I'm sure, but it will be repeated during this training. It's part of the control scheme, of course, but you, the observer, is not an inspector. That is the main difference. I think it's obvious, and as its name indicates, observers are there to observe and to report upon their observation. Okay, it's part of the control, but you are not really inspectors or controllers. You verify and you report. Then after your report and your verification, there will be maybe an inquiry and controls and further inspections upon your observations, but you remain observers. In this recommendation, and you see it is inside the recommendation, it's not an annex, it's really part of the control measures, and it's really part fully of this recommendation. So it's two aspects that are really important at the level of Icat. So we have two different observer programs. We have the first one that is Cpc Observer Program, Cpc or National Observer Program, because in many countries they call it national observers. But it's obvious here, and it's written like that, it's that this observer program relies totally on the responsibility of the Cpc. Only on the responsibility of the Cpc, and it's the Cpc that has to implement this program. That is one of the main difference with the ROP program that we will see afterwards. So the Cpc observer program concerned specific segments of the bluefin tuna fishing activities, and they are listed here. Of course, during this training, you will see more in detail what will be your duties, your activities, the reports and the information you have to verify and to record. But here is presented in the recommendation the two programs. So we will see it for the first one. So this is the Cpc Observer Program. So each Cpc shall ensure that Cpc observers issued with an official identification document. That is very important. Every observer, Cpc1 or ROP1, must carry with him an identification document, because in case of inspection on board, for example, the inspector comes, and because it's compulsory to have a Cpc observer on some vessels that we'll see the list. So if an inspector comes, he says, where is the observer? Okay, this person is the observer, okay, and you present your identification document saying you are officially, it's not a person that is on board by case, but it is an official, and you are provided by your Cpc with an official identification document. So the Cpc observers are deployed on vessels flying its flag, flying the flag of the Cpc. Of course, the Cpc observer cannot be deployed on another Cpc vessel. It's the vessels of this specific Cpc. And on traps under its jurisdiction that are active in the bluefin tuna fishery to achieve at least the following coverage rates. So the rates of coverage are not, and you will see it immediately, are not the same according to the different vessels or catching means. So the coverage is 20% of its active pelagic trawlers over 15 meters, 20% of its active long-line vessels over 15 meters, 20% of its active bait boats over 15 meters. But 100% of its towing vessels, so all the towing vessels are carrying a CPC observer. It means that towing vessel cannot go at sea and operate if we do not have on board a CPC observer. 100% of harvesting operation from its traps. So we have seen yesterday that on the trap, and the operator of the trap has two possibilities. Once he has catch the bluefin tuna, when the bluefin tuna is in the final enclosure of the trap, he may transfer it to a farm or to a transport cage, so sell it to a farm, or to harvest it, meaning to kill it, and to sell it to a buyer. So here on a trap, you may have at the same time the CPC observer and the ROP observer. The CPC observer is covering only the harvesting operation. If there is an harvesting operation on the trap, it is the duty of the CPC observer to monitor it. If there is a transfer of live bluefin tuna to a farm, it's the duty of the ROP observer to monitor this transfer. So the duty on the trap is different from CPC observer to the ROP observer, but at the same time, you may have both observers. It's the only case where it is like that. So towing vessels, 100%, and 20% on the other catching vessels, but not the purse seiner. The purse seiner is carrying a ROP observer. Okay, CPCs with less than 5 catching vessels of the first 3 segments defined above, so for the catching vessels, shall ensure coverage by observers 20% of the time the vessels are active in the bluefin tuna fishery. Of course, this 20% deployments must effectively cover the fishing effort itself. So it's not only based only on the number of vessels, but effectively on the fishing efforts that a specific fleet is deploying to catch the bluefin tuna, because you may have effectively 5 boats. So, but it doesn't mean that only one boat will carry a CPC observer, because over the sea, the 5 boats remains at sea for 1 month. But you put your observer on the boat that is going out only 2 days, you will not have a coverage of 20% of the fishing effort of this specific fleet. Okay, so that's why it's recorded for the very little fleets that effectively you have to consider also the fishing efforts to calculate this 20% coverage by observers. So, in implementing the CPC observer program, CPC shall ensure that temporal and spatial coverage is representative to ensure that the Commission receives adequate and appropriate data and information on bluefin tuna catch, effort, and other related scientific and management aspects, taking into account characteristics of the fleets and fisheries. So the temporal and spatial coverage, it's the fishing effort. It's where the CPC must deploy accurately its CPC observers to be sure that the 20% represent effectively 20% of the specific fleet, but also 20% of the areas covered by this fleet and the time this fleet is out for fishing. The CPC shall ensure a robust data collection protocols are implemented. Robust saying that you are not supposed to miss information, and you have to verify and to collect all the necessary data. The CPC observer is provided before the start of its deployment with a list of contacts within the CPC Competent Authority where to report observations. Logically, at the end of your deployment, you will have a debriefing session where you will report all the data you have gathered, and you will comply with Shanice or Atlantis, your observer report that will be sent effectively to the Directorate of Fisheries of Malta. But anyway, you must have also the contact of the Directorate of Fishery. The Directorate of Fishery may contact you directly in case of a doubt, in case of a specific event, just to have an information from you. That's why you will be provided with a satellite phone, because you may be contacted for, of course, your security, for urgent matters regarding your security, but also for your duty. If a specific information is to be gathered, or if you have to communicate a specific information, you will be able to do so, and you must know who is speaking to you or who you may have to contact during your mission. That's why you have this list of contacts inside the CPC. So each CPC observer is properly trained. That's the objective of this week. That is the objective of this my presentation today. So I hope you will be by this evening almost properly trained for the recommendation and qualified before deployment. Here, effectively, the first aspect in this training, of course, is to know this recommendation in its technical measures and in these control measures, but mainly what is your role that is described here, and which kind of information it is important for you to collect, to gather, and to report. Of course. So effectively, without training, it's difficult to go at sea, and that's why. And we spent 5 days of training because there is also effectively take more outside this specific recommendation, technical aspects, like for example videos. Video recording and analysis of this of those videos, and to understand well how this fishing bluefin tuna fishery is proceeding with effectively all those transfers, the towing of the bluefin tuna, and the caging and farm. So effectively, the observers, it's the case for CPC observers, also the case for ROP observer, must be properly trained, of course, and qualified. To the extent practicable, the operations of vessels and trap concerned suffer minimal disruption. Of course, the role of the observer is to observe and to remain an observer. So he has not to disrupt or to interrupt any operation at the level of the vessels or the vessel of the traps, even if the case of your vessel or your trap is obviously doing something against or not in compliance with this recommendation. You have not the possibility, you have not the power to stop anything. The master of the vessel remains the master of the vessel. He is the only one who decides right or wrong. The same for the trap. But you have to report. You have only to observe and to report what has been done that is against this specific recommendation. Donc at any time you cannot come and say stop, or to intervene, or to be badly placed. You have to be at the right place at the right moments, but you have not to be involved in the operation, nor to intervene in the decisions, or so you will be trained to that Also, of course, it do not mean that you do not speak at all and do not communicate. That is another aspect. You have to communicate. And effectively, the master of the crew can come to you and say, I had this situation, what do you think? And so on. You can communicate, but you cannot intervene in any way on the operations of the vessels or the trap. This is mainly important. The master of the fishing vessel or the trap operator allows the CPC observer access to the electronic means of communication on board the fishing vessel or on the trap. This is compulsory, and this is a very important aspect. You have to have access because you have to gather information, for example, to the logbook, but also to the positioning system of the vessel to know what is the position of the boat, of the vessel at any time. You must eventually have access also to the communication means of the boat. If you have to call us, if you have to call the CPC, you must be able to do it. Of course, you will be, once more, you will have with you a communication mean, that is a satellite phone. But for any reason, if the satellite phone is not functioning, you have total access to communication and electronic means of the vessel. And that is very important. If you do not have access to that, you do not have to fight for that. You have to report on that because it is a potential non-compliance. So you will say at your return, I have not been in a position to transmit information. I had no access to the information of the board. I didn't have access to the communication mean on board, and you put it on the report, and the CPC will inquire, and eventually they will then see what enforcement they will give to this specific operator. But it's very important that the observer has access to that kind of information and to the communication means. Data and information collected under each CPC's observer program shall be provided to the SCRS and the Commission as appropriate in accordance with requirements and procedures to be developed by the Commission, taking into account CPC confidentiality requirements, of course. So each observer, ROP or CPC, has a scientific role, not only a control and monitoring role. So this will be explained to you. It's another part of this training, so I will not say long, but it's very important. Anytime you can effectively measure or weight a tuna, dead tuna, because when they are alive, you cannot, they're under the water. But on the contrary, if you are on longliners, there effectively, you, as the tuna is taken on board, you may have a more scientific role than on the towing vessels, but this scientific role is really important, and it's recalled here in the duties of the CPC observer. For the scientific aspects of the program, the SCRS shall report on the coverage level achieved by each CPC and provide a summary of the data collected and any relevant finding associated with that data. The SCRS shall also provide any recommendations to improve the effectiveness of CPC's observer programs. So the SCRS is making an appraisal of this scientific data collected by the observers and can give the value of that to Icat, and provide also recommendations to effectively improve the situation if in some CPCs they consider that the data is not correctly collected or is too poor. Last point, the obligations, responsibilities, and tasks applicable to the CPC observers are detailed in Annex 6. So we may have a look rapidly to Annex 6, excuse me. But this, once more, you will see it more in detail during the other parts of this training. But rapidly. So a CPC Observer program. So this is new. This was not existing in the former recommendation. This is new on this specific recommendation 20108. So it's an improvement because the role of the CPC Observer is detailed. So the CPC Observer task shall be, in general, to monitor the compliance of phishing vessels and traps with this recommendation. It's the main role of the Observer CPC1 or REP1 is really this one, is to know this recommendation and to monitor at any time that the operation, the activities, the phishing activities are in compliance with this specific Icat recommendation. This is the main role of the observer. When deployed on board a catching vessel, CPC observer shall record and report upon the phishing activity, which shall include the following. So here we are talking about CPC observer that board on a catching vessel. I record that the towing vessel is not a catching vessel. So the observer has to give its own estimation of the number and weight of bluefin tuna catches, including bycatch, disposition of the catch retained on board, discarded dead or released alive, area of catch by latitude and longitude, measure of effort, number of sets, number of hooks, date of catch, verify consistency of entries made in the logbook with its own catch estimation. When deployed on a towing vessel, so here the task is really a bit different. In the event of a further transfer, we have seen the definition of a further transfer. The further transfer occurs only on board of towing vessel, and it's the fact to transfer from a transport cage to another transport cage part of the bluefin tuna. So in the event of a further transfer involving movement of fish between two, of course, transport cages, the observer, without delay, analyzed the video footage of the further transfer concerned to estimate the number of individuals that have been transferred. This is very important information because at any time, and in case of control of inspection, we are arriving at the cage also at the farm, excuse me, arriving at the farm also, we have to know for each cage how many fishes are inside those cages. So if there are specific movements of bluefin tuna inside a transport cage, we have to be informed about the specific number. The observer has to communicate immediately to the flag CPC Competent Authority of the donor towing vessel his observations, including the number of individuals estimated by the CPC observer and the corresponding number reported on the ITD by the master of the donor towing vessel. So we are not seen yet the ITD. The ITD is the Icat transfer declaration. This document is prepared during the first transfer between the net of the purseiner and the transport cage, but there is a section in it for informing the further transfers. So the ITD is linked with the transport cage, of course. So if there is a movement of tuna between two cages, the ITD or ITD is concerned must be informed. And the observer, the CPC observer, must effectively verify that the information on the ITD is effectively duly informed. This is one of these tasks. Include the results of its analysis in its observer report to the flag CPC Competent Authority of the donor towing vessel. So in a further transfer, you have a donor, it's in the definition we have seen yesterday, so you have a donor towing, is the towing vessel that gives the bluefin tuna, and you have a receiving towing vessel, okay? B, he has to record and report in its observer report all bluefin tuna observed dead during the transport trip. Of course, we have talked of that yesterday. Effectively, if there are dead bluefin tuna during the transport trip, this has to be recorded in the logbook and has to be recorded also by the CPC observer. The observer has to cite and record vessels that may be fishing contrary to Icat conservation measures. So it means that it's the case for any observer, LOP1 or CPC1, you are effectively on duty or you're on your own vessel. But it do not mean that you are looking only at your own vessel. You are supposed also to look at what is happening outside your vessel. So you will meet other vessels, or during your duty, you will meet personers. When the first transfer is done, you will meet other towing vessels. You will see auxiliary vessels eventually. So you have to record any vessel you are able to see. It's not that I have seen far away a vessel. It's not the case. Even if you have inspection vessels, because there are inspection vessels, you have to record it also. But you have to record the type of vessel, its Icat identification number, its registration number, the registration number given by the CPC. You have the record of all the vessels as we have seen yesterday, so you can go and see if this vessel is properly registered to Icat and is properly authorized to operate in the bluefin tuna fishing activity. It is not the case. This vessel is IUU vessel is not authorized, and it's is doing illegal fishing activity, contrary to the conservation measures of this recommendation. So you have to effectively record all the vessels you will meet, I mean fishing vessels, regarding this recommendation that you will encounter during your deployment. Then we have to communicate the observer report to the flag CPC. We have seen that the observer report is a part of the cross-check information the CPC has to have has to consider. Communicate the observer report to the flag CPC of the donor towing vessel without delay at the end of the towing trip. So at the end of the towing trip, at the end of your deployment, you will have a debriefing session where you will prepare this report that will be then communicated to the competent authority of the CPC. When deployed on a bluefin tuna trap, Malta has no tuna trap, so you will not be deployed on a tuna trap, but it's the duty also of a CPC observer. So the CPC observer on the trap verify the harvesting authorization is issued by the trap CPC competent authority, because an harvest cannot be done like that. There must be a specific authorization by the CPC. And validate the information in the processing and or harvesting declaration made by the master or representative of it, of the processing vessel or of the trap operator. And in addition, the CPC observer shall carry out scientific work such as collecting all the necessary data required by the Commission based on recommendation of the SCRS, as we have seen before. So those are the tasks of the CPC observer. But you will, during this training, have specific details on the aspect, mainly on the ones regarding further transfer and the operations on the towing vessels, mainly. Okay, we can turn back to the recommendation. So along with page 18, beside the CPC Observer Program, you have the Icat Regional Observer Program. This program is called ROP, Regional Observer Program. So the main difference with the CPC program is that the Icat Regional Observer Program is implemented directly by Icat. The Regional Observer Program depends only of Icat, and he reports only to Icat. And Icat is responsible for implementing this regional observer program. So we will see rapidly here the task of the duties of the Icat Regional Observer Program. You will meet during your mission Icat Regional Observers, because just like for towing vessel, a per-scene vessel cannot go at sea if it do not have on board a regional observer of Icat. So to be authorized to fish, a per-scener has to be authorized by his Cpc. He must have a quota, but he must also carry an observer, a regional observer. So if you come towards a per-scener to do the first transfer, you will be on your towing vessel. You have also to verify that there is the regional observer on board of the per-scener. You will maybe have contact with him during this transfer operation. But compulsory, the per-scener must carry a rope. So the Icat Regional Observer Program is referred also in Annex 6. Annex 6 will not go and see it. You will have the occasion to see it by yourself after, if you are interested in. Shall implement to ensure 100 for the Icat Regional Observer. It's 100 everywhere. Coverage as follows. So for the per-scener, so 100% of the per-scener authorized to fish have to carry a ROP during all their fishing activities. During all transfers of bluefin tuna from per-scene vessels to transport cage, this is the first transfer. What we in the definition is the first transfer. So during this first transfer at sea between the per-scener and the transport cage, this transfer is monitored by the ROP. Why? Because the first transfer is totally under the responsibility of the master of the per-scener, not the master of the towing vessel. So that's why this first transfer is monitored by the ROP. The ROP is there also during all transfers of bluefin tuna from traps to transport cages. So we have seen this definition yesterday. It's the Italian case, where Italy has two traps that are transferring into a transport cage. As it is a transfer, we are on a trap, but as it is a transfer, it is the regional observer and not the Cpc observer. The Cpc observer is there if there is an harvest. But if there is a transfer from the trap, this is the responsibility of the ROP. During all transfers from one farm cage to transport cage, which then are towed to another farm. So this is the what we have seen yesterday in the definitions. It's the extra farm transfer. When a farm is transferring tuna to another farm, this transfer operation is monitored by a ROP, and this occurs with the use of a transport cage. The bluefin tuna is transported with a transport cage from a farm to another farm. So in this cage, there must be this transfer is monitored by a ROP. During all cagings or bluefin tuna in farms, when the bluefin tuna is arriving to the farm, as we have seen, is transferred from the transport cage to the farm cage. This transfer is monitored by the regional observer. During all caging operations, you have present on the farm a ROP and is monitoring all the caging operations during all the season. He is present also during all harvesting of bluefin tuna from farms, not traps. Traps, harvesting from traps is the Cpc observers. Harvesting from farm is the responsibility of the ROP. During the release of bluefin tuna from farms, we will see it afterwards. There is a specific proceeding for that, but we have said yesterday that every year now, as we have a specific tool, the stereoscopic camera, to monitor the weight that is caged, that is farmed. Every year, the Cpc releases orders to the farms. and the tuna in excess has to be released at sea. The release operation is also monitored by ROP. Release operation cannot be implemented if there is not present a ROP observer. So in all those cases, and at 100%, you have a ROP observer. Okay, so we will see, go rapidly through this, but we had the occasion to look more precisely what are the duties of the ROP. So we'll go to an important part of the control measures, that is the transfers of live fish.
Jean-Pierre, yes. When you want to do a little break, just tell me and we are going to stop for a few minutes, okay?
Okay, so maybe, yes, before starting with this, that is an important part, we may, we are right, made a coffee break now.
Yes, we can start again at 10:30. Just 7 minutes.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay for you all?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. So we're going to have a little break, and then we're going to start again in 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Okay?
Yes. Okay, good.
Okay, have a good break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good coffee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, so if our lecturer wants to start again, Jean-Pierre?
Okay, we can start again.
Okay, great.
So we come to the section of transfers of live fish. We have seen yet in the definitions. It's the paragraph 3.I. All the transfer definitions. So this proceeding effectively concerns all the transfers, including, of course, further transfers that may occur from a towing vessel to another towing vessel. So this section, transfer of live fish, and the control we have to implement during these transfers operation applies to all transfers as they are defined in this recommendation. First point. So this applies to all transfers. So in accordance with paragraph 12 of this recommendation, each CPC shall nominate a single competent authority, hereafter referred to as the CPC Competent Authority. So effectively, it's like a focal point. Each CPC has to nominate a specific body that will be the focal point for all communication between Icat or the observer or the masters. So this competent authority shall be responsible for coordinating the collection and verification of information for the control of transfer and related transport of bluefin tuna conducted under its jurisdiction, and for reporting to and cooperating with the CPCs whose farms will cage the fish. So there is a competent authority inside and defined inside the CPC. Masters of catching and towing vessels carrying out transfer operation shall report their transfer activities in accordance with the requirements set out in Annex 2. That is, Annex 2 is regarding the logbook. So we have seen that effectively, when there is a transfer operation, this transfer operation must be informed by the masters on their specific logbook. And it's one of your duty is to once more verify that this information is put in the on the logbook. The first thing on transfers, because transfers mean that we use a cage. So when we are at sea, we use, of course, a transport cage, and the transport cages are towed by the towing vessel. So there must be a system of a unique number assigned to cages. Every cage must be assigned with a number, and this number must be unique. You cannot, of course, use the same number to two different transport cages. Each number is unique and linked with a specific transport cage. So all cages used in transfer operations and associated transport shall be numbered in accordance with the unique numbering system referred in paragraph 147 to 150. So we will see this numbering afterwards, but recall that effectively each transport cage is identified with a number, and this number must be reported on the documentation that is linked with the transfer operation. So the catching vessel, the purseiner, has made its catch. He has catched bluefin tuna. The bluefin tuna is alive inside the net of the purchaser. Then the master of the purchaser is contacting the farm operator and the towing vessel, and the towing vessel moves towards, with its empty transport cages, towards the purchaser. But the master itself cannot decide upon this transfer operation. He has to ask for a specific authorization from its flag Cpc. So before implementing the transfer, immediately after the catch, the master of the purchaser is sending to its flag Cpc, flag competent authority, what is called a prior transfer notification, a PTN. Prior, because it's before the transfer notification. So before the start of a transfer operation, including voluntary transfer, the master of the catching vessel or the representative of the trap, where the transfer in question originates, shall send to its Cpc competent authority a prior transfer notification with the following information. So first, he has to put the number and the estimated weight of bluefin tuna that has to be transferred. It's an estimation at that stage. The name of the catching vessel, the towing vessel, farm or trap, with their representative Icat number record. So he has to give the Icat number record of its vessel, of the towing vessel that will do, which we will do the transfer, and the destination farm with its Icat number. The date and the location of the catch, the date and estimated time of the transfer, the estimated position, latitude, longitude, where the transfer will take place, and the donor and receiving cage numbers. So we see here that effectively he has to give the number of the transport cages, the farm of destination of the bluefin tuna, the name and Icat number of the donor farm in the case of a transfer from the farm cage to a transport cage. So this one is when you have to implement or an extra farm transfer or a release. But it's not, it's at the level of the farm. The number of the two farm cages and any transport cages involved in the case of intra-farm transfers. So this is also a specific case where if a farm decided to move bluefin tuna inside the farm from two from two farm cages, it is an intra-farm transfer, and here also the farm operator has to send this PTN. The catch is made, the master of the purchaser sends this PTN to the Cpc. Then the Cpc has to answer to this notification. And so the Cpc is sending to the master of the catching vessel of the purchaser a transfer authorization that we will see now. So transfer authorization within 48 hours. So the Cpc has 2 days to answer the PTN. Following the submission of the PTN, the Cpc competent authority of the donor operator, the donor operator is the purchaser, shall assign and communicate to the donor operator concerned a transfer authorization number. This number is really important. A transfer authorization number. Without this number, the transfer of the fish cannot be implemented. Transfer authorization number for each transfer operation. So it's not that the Cpc is saying, okay, you have 5 transfers to do, I give you 1 authorization. No, the authorization number is valid for each independent transfer operation. The transfer authorization number shall include the 3 Cpc letters code. So each Cpc has got 3-letter code. So this is valid for the mainly for the non-EU Cpc, because for the EU Cpc there is a tolerance where there is in fact sometimes 5 letters. There is EU, because the EU is the CPC, then the 3 letters of the member states, for example, MLT for Malta. So on those authorization on other numbers also, you may have not only 3 letters, but 5 with EU and MLT or ITA for Italy, or FRA for France, and so on. And then you have 4 numbers for the year. So we are in 2022. So after these letters, you have 2022. And 3 letters to indicate either positive IUT or negative NEG authorization, followed by sequential numbers. So the sequential numbers are given by the CPC, and they are sequential. They follow one to each other. But what is important is in this authorization number is these 3 letters, IUT or NEG. In fact, it's obvious. IUT means that the transfer is authorized. NEG means that the transfer is not authorized. And we will see the consequence of this neg on the operation itself. So if you have the IUT letters, the transfer can be implemented. If you have the NEG letters in the number, the transfer cannot be implemented. So the transfer operation concerned shall not start before its specific transfer authorization has been assigned and communicated to the donor operator. So effectively, the master of the prisoner must wait this number before implementing the transfer operation. Without this number, he cannot do the transfer operation. Transfer will not be valid. The transfer authorization does not prejudice the confirmation of any subsequent transfer or caging operation. It's not because effectively you have this authorization at the level of the first transfer at sea that afterwards it means that when the fish will arrive to the farm, this authorization will be valid also to cage the fish. When the fish arrives at the farm, there is at the caging level, the farm operator has to ask to its CPC also a caging authorization. In the same way as it is asked here for this first transfer. A voluntary and controlled transfer shall not be subject to a new transfer authorization. That it is important too. We have seen in the definition yesterday that when the fish is in the net, we do a transfer. That is the first transfer in the list of all the transfers. The very first transfer is at sea between the net and the transport cage. But we may have difficulties with the video footage and difficulties in estimating the number of fishing that has been transferred. In this case, the master of the personnel has the possibility to implement another transfer that is called a voluntary transfer. It's its own decision. This is not limited. It can do as much as transfer needed to arrive to a good condition and to be in a position to estimate the number of fishes that have been transferred. So if he decides to do a voluntary transfer, he is not asking a new authorization. We are still under the same previous authorization when the first transfer has been implemented. So there is no need to ask for a new authorization at the level of the voluntary transfer. The same for a controlled transfers. If at the end of all the voluntary transfer, we are in a situation where we cannot estimate the fish, it may be decided to leave the situation like that, but the CPC may order a controlled transfer. Controlled transfer is under the responsibility of the CPC. If there is a controlled transfer, even the controlled transfer you do not have because it's the decision of the CPC first, but there is no need to have a new authorization. We are still under the first transfer authorization that has been given and linked to this specific transfer. Alors, first case, we have a refusal of a transfer operation, and consequently, we have to release the bluefin tuna. Effectively, if the CPC is putting the letters neg, neg, it means negative, it means that the transfer is refused. If a transfer is refused, you cannot transfer the fish. And if you cannot transfer the fish, the only issue is to release the fish at sea. So to open the net and to let the fish go. So a transfer operation shall not be authorized by the Cpc Competent Authority. We recall that all the operations are under the responsibility of the flag Cpc of the purchaser, and the flag may not authorize this transfer if this Cpc considers that, and you have four situations. First one, I think it's four. No, you have 5 situations, sorry, there is an E point too. So the first one, the catching vessel or the trap, because it could be on the trap, declared to have caught the fish does not have a valid authorization to fish for bluefin tuna issued in accordance with this recommendation. This case never happened, and but it could be the case. Effectively, a purchaser asked for authorization of transfer, and the CPC discovers that this purchaser has no license, is not recorded to Icat, has no individual quota, is not carrying a regional observer, for example. This is all the situation where that the catching vessel has to meet, the personnel to meet, to fish bluefin tuna. So if it is not in this with these conditions, effectively and automatically, the CPC is refusing the transfer, but it's very rare. A B situation, the number and weight of fish subject to the transfer has not been duly reported by a catching vessel or the trap. You know that effectively, just after the catch, the master of the purchaser must inform its electronic logbook. He must also prepare the BCD, the EBCD. So if the CPC has not received the right information on the number and the weight of fish subject to the transfer, he received it through the E-system of the logbook. He has to refuse the transfer. He has to have all the right information to authorize this transfer, and this the catch information must be reported duly by the master of the purchaser. In this case, effectively, if it's not duly reported, the CPC will refuse the transfer. This case is rare also. It never happen. C, the catching vessel or the trap that has caught the fish does not have sufficient quota. This is effectively a very important reason to refuse the transfer, because you cannot transfer fish that is not covered by a proper quota. The quota is at the catch level. So effectively, the purchaser may have caught more fish than scheduled by its quota. But effectively, this fish cannot be transferred because the only fish that can be transferred is, once more, a fish that is under an individual quota of the catching mean. So if the CPC discovers that effectively the catching vessel has already catch and that the transfer is asking for is related to a catch that is going in excess of its individual quota, of course, he refuses immediately the transfer operation. So effectively, the catch must be covered, the transfer that is coming for a catch must be covered by sufficient quota. The towing vessel declared to transfer or transport the fish is not registered in the Icat record of all other fishing vessels of Icat, so or is not equipped with a fully functioning vessel monitoring system, VMS. So the same, if the towing vessel that has to receive the fish from the purser is not registered as not an Icat number, is not authorized to receive this fish, is not authorized to participate in the bluefin tuna fishing activity, and the transfer, of course, cannot be implemented. So the towing vessel must be properly declared and registered to the Icat to the effect of implementing this transfer operation. We will see at the end of the recommendation that every not every, but most of the fishing vessel must be equipped with a vessel monitoring system, VMS, and the signal is sent directly also to the Icat Secretariat to know the positioning of all those vessels at any time. So effectively, if the towing vessel is not equipped with a VMS, logically it should not be authorized. But if the VMS is not functioning, it cannot receive bluefin tuna. So effectively, the CPC has to verify that the VMS system of the towing vessel is functioning before the transfer occurs. And the last point, the point E, is the farm of destination is not reported as active in the Icat record of farm. So you have seen that also the farms are recorded at the level of Icat, as each authorized farm has got an Icat number, and for the CPC has verified the authorization and the input of this farm. So if we are not in this situation with an authorized, duly authorized farm of destination, the transfer cannot occur and occurs, and you have this neg notification. I must say that during all this, all these situations are very rare, and I don't recall to have there has been neg authorization in the past years, because effectively masters and operators are very careful with this transfer operation, and effectively this is obvious cases, but they do not fall anymore in those cases, obviously. Okay, so in case of refusal, the CPC competent authority of the non-operator shall immediately inform the donor operator, the purser, of the refusal, sending this neg number, as well as the catch, the trap or farm competent authority. Where applicable, issue an order to release the fish concerned into the sea, in accordance with Annex 10. We will see Annex 10 further on, but effectively, the consequence, the immediate consequence of a neg authorization, as I've said, is that the competent authority, the CPC, is giving a release order. If the fish cannot be transferred, it cannot be kept. So immediately after, the CPC has to release a proper order of release, and the fish has to be released immediately at sea. Okay, this is the case of a neg number, but once more, it's very rare. So in most of the cases, the master of the purser receives a AUT, a proper authorization. Then the transfer is operated. So once the authorization number received, the transfer is implemented. So the fish, so the transportage comes towards and touch the net of the purser, and then a door is open. The door is open. A door is that it's a hole inside the net of the prisoner, and a hole inside the and at the same position inside the transport cage. And the tuna is going from the net inside the transport cage through this hole. Beside this hole, you have divers, of course, and mainly one diver that is operating the camera, the video camera. At the level of this first transfer at sea between the net and the transport cage, it is a conventional camera. It's not possible because it's too difficult to operate a stereoscopic camera. So we have only the conventional camera, and the entire transfer operation is filmed with this camera. So when I say the whole operation, and it's specified in Annex 8, and you will have a specific training with a specialist of underwater video footages, and you will see this Annex 8 with during this part of your training. But effectively, this film has to have a specific format, and it's what is called here a minimum standards that are described in Annex 8. The main important standard is that we have to see on the film the entire transfer operation. When we say entire, is that the film begins before the transfer itself, and we have to see first on this film the number of authorization. The number of transfer authorization must be shown at the beginning or at the end of the film. Why? Because if we have not got this transfer number on the film itself, we do not know afterwards of which transfer operation this film is linked with, because the film will be moved from the prisoner to the towing vessel, to the farm, to the inspectors, to the observer. And then after a certain time, you may have a lot of films. But if you look afterwards a specific film and you don't have inside the film this authorization number, you don't know of which transfer operation this film is linked with. So it's compulsory to have the authorization number on the film itself. Otherwise, the film is not valid. You must have also on the film the entire transfer operation from the opening of the door. So you have to see clearly the opening of the door at the beginning of the transfer and the closing of the door at the end of the transfer. The film must be complete. It must not show any interruption, and it must show at all time the date and the time. And on the video transfer, you will see it with this specialist during the training. The film must show continuously the time going on in minutes and seconds. And you have to look, the first thing when you look at the transfer video is not to look at the fishes itself. To look if you have the entire film and is the time is going on continuously. Is the first check that you will do to be sure that you have all the minimum standards and that you have a complete film of the transfer, and that this film is not interrupted and has not been alterated, because you have to see, and you will see during this video transfer, at some moments nothing happens. You see no fish, you see nothing, because the transfer of fish is not continuous. You see 3 fishes, then nothing, then you see 10 fishes, then nothing, and so on. But until the last fish has come through the door and they have closed the door, the film must be complete and continuous. This is a very important aspect, and if you miss one of these aspects on the film itself, you have to do again the transfer. The transfer is not validated until you don't have a complete film with all the minimum standards in it, and you have been able to count the fishes through this specific film. So that's why here we talk about minimum standards and procedures that are described in Annex 8. And most important, the goal of this film is also to determine the number of individuals of bluefin tuna being transferred. The aim of this film, effectively, at the end, is to know exactly the number, not the weight. Analysis in that. Here, it's only the number, and you will see it clearly when you will see transfer films, that it is quite impossible for non-accurate eye to determine the weight of the fish that has been that you see on the film. So you will be only able to count individuals and to arrive to a number of individuals. What is important for us is to know how many individuals are at the end inside the transport cage and that have been transferred. So effectively, the quota is in weight, not in numbers. And you have seen that, and you will see that in the BCD and even in the logbook, the master of the purser has to put a weight, has to put an estimation of weight. It is his responsibility. But the master of the purser has got divers that go under and inside the net and inside the transport cage. So those persons are professional and they are under the sea, so they see more clearly the fishes. But with a conventional camera and with a two-dimension films, you will see that it's not possible to weight the fishes. So that's why this responsibility of weighting relies only on the master of the purseners. At the level of the observer or the inspector, the only thing that they could do is to count the individuals. But it is mainly important. As long as we don't know how many individuals are inside the transport cage, the transfer is not validated. Okay, so at the end of the transfer operation, so the door is closed. We see it on the film. Then the diver is coming out of the sea with the camera, and he gives the film to the regional observer on board of the purser. And the regional observer is viewing immediately this film and is checking if this film is valid according to the minimum standard, and we see all the information if it's complete, and then is counting the bluefin tuna. And at the end of this, he goes and see the master of the purser. Meanwhile, the master of the purser has compiled a document, a very important document, that is the Icat Transfer Declaration, the ITD. Icat Transfer Declaration is a specific document about this specific transfer. In this document, the master puts its own figure of number of individuals that have been transferred to the transport cage. And the regional observer looks at the figure put by the master of the purser. If the two figures, the figure from the master and the figure from the observer, are quite the same and coherent, there is no problem. The regional observer signs the ITD, and then this is the end of the transfer operation. The transport cage is going out with the towing vessel, and the purser is taking up its net and continues his fishing activity. But if the two figures, the one from the master of the purser and the one of the observer, are not coherent, and we have a tolerance of 10%, then the original observer cannot sign the ITD. And then we have to eventually do a voluntary transfer to recount again the fishes until the regional observer is in a position to sign the ITD. At the very end of those operations, if the regional observer is not in a position to sign the ITD, he do not sign the ITD. And then the cage, the transport cage, may leave the fishing ground, but the CPC has to implement a control transfer afterwards in this eventuality. So we will see all this specific what says the recommendation about all that. So we will come back to point 119. So except for transfer of cages between two towing vessels, we have seen yesterday in the definitions that if a towing vessel gives entirely a cage to another towing vessel, is considered a transfer, but there is no need to film because it's the entire cage. So we know how many fishes have been transferred to the other towing vessel, except this very specific case of transfer of cages. This situation do not involve effective movement of live bluefin tuna. The donor operator shall ensure that the transfer operation is monitored by video camera in the water, because we are under the water, in accordance with the minimum standards and procedure referred to in Annex 8, to determine the number of individuals of bluefin tuna being transferred. This is the goal. It's at the end to have a proper film and to count the fishes when there is a movement of live bluefin tuna between the net or a cage or between two cages. So the further transfer that occurs towards two towing vessels is concerned by that. So even a further transfer when there is movement of live bluefin tuna from a transport cage to another transport cage, this must be video recorded and this must be effectively counted also. So each CPC shall take the necessary measures to ensure that identical copies of the relevant video records are provided without delay by the donor operator. So it's the responsibility of the CPC and it's the responsibility of the master of the purseiner or the master of the towing vessel that is giving the bluefin tuna to another towing vessel. For the first transfer operation and the eventual voluntary transfer to the Icat regional observer and to the receiving towing vessel, and at the end of the fishing trip to the flag or trap CPC competent authority of the donor operator. So first thing, for the first transfer, the transfer at sea, the master of the purseiner is giving without delay the video record to the ROP, okay? Or the master of the donor towing vessel gives without delay this video record to the CPC observer on board. And this must be identical copies. Of course, from the original film, copies are made because a lot of people are viewing this film. And these copies are done under the responsibility of the CPC and under the responsibility of the donor operator. But effectively, it is very important that the copies be identical, that they are not alterated, that a part of the video is missing, or they have been changed. So it is important to look when the diver is coming out of the sea, that the observer got an eye on the original of this filming and that proper copies are made, because they must be identical, and we have to be sure that we are looking at the same transfer operation. For further transfer, so there the CPC observer is concerned, for further transfer, the CPC observer on board the donor towing vessel to the master of the receiving towing vessel, and at the end of the towing trip to the flag CPC Competent Authority of the donor towing vessel. So the donor vessel is responsible of doing this video footage, to make copies of this video footage and to give it to the CPC observer, but also to the receiving master of the towing vessel, and at the end to its own CPC. So for transfer between two different farms, it's also a transfer. You have the same proceeding. These transfers must be video recorded, and the ROP must receive a copy of this video. If a national, it's point D, or Icat inspection, I recall that at the level of inspection, you have two levels. You have the CPC inspectors that may be present during the transfer, but you may have also an Icat inspector that is operating under the responsibility of Icat that may be present too. So if there is an authority, an inspector present during the transfer operation, the inspector shall also receive a copy of the video record, because to do its inspection duty, he has to view the film and to check that this film is valid with the minimum standards, and that he can count the fish also. The video footage concerned by one transfer shall accompany the fish up to the destination farm. You have seen that the master of the towing vessel is receiving a copy of the video footage at the end of the transfer. And during all the transportation of the fish that is concerned by this transfer must have with it the video footage, because you can be, as a towing vessel, inspected also at sea during the transport. An inspector can come on board the towing vessel to count the cages and to see the video of transfer, to be sure of the quantities of fish that are inside the transport cage. So that's why he must be available during all the transportation on board of the towing vessel, all the copies of these transfer video footages. A copy shall be kept on board the donor vessel by the trap or by the farm and remain accessible for control purposes at any time during the fishing campaign. So at any time during the fishing campaign, if there is an inspection on the trap, on the farm, on the purseiner, on the towing vessel, those video recordings must be available to inspectors. Also, copies of the video record shall be provided by the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator to the SCRS upon request. The SCRS may request at any time also to have a copy. It's for scientific purposes, but the SCRS may request also to have copy of these video footages. Of course, the SCRS shall keep confidentiality of commercial activities. It cannot give sensitive commercial information on, for example, of the farm destination or on the buyer itself to outside people. So this information is kept confidentially by SCRS. The CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator and the donor operator shall retain the video footages related to transfer for at least 3 years. 3 years, because you may have inquiries going on even after the end of the campaign, and even during 3 years, and keep them as long as necessary for control and enforcement purposes. So if there is effectively an inquiry, if there is a legal issue, this video is the only proof we have on how the transfer has been implemented and how many fishes against the quota have been transferred. And so this is a very, very important not document, but proof and of this phishing activity. Voluntary and controlled transfers. So we have said, if the video footage does not meet the minimum standard, in the first case, if the video does not meet the minimum standard referred in Annex 8, and in particular, if its quality and clarity are not sufficient to determine the number of fish being transferred, the donor operator may conduct voluntary transfers. So once more, and it's important, we have two cases with this video footage, and that is happening sometimes because you may have a technical problem with the camera itself. The camera breaks under the sea or it's damaged under the sea, and you cannot have a complete film. Sometimes an information is missing. They in the confusion, maybe they have not shown the authorization number on the film. You can have a very beautiful film. You see very clearly all the fishes. You see the opening of the door, the closure of the door, but you don't see the authorization number. You have to do again the transfer. So you have to have first a valid film, and secondly, a film of quality with clarity in order to be able to count the fishes. You will see different quality of films during this training, and you will see that sometimes we are so a very skilled eye can maybe count, but in some cases, and it's if you are not at the end able to count, you have to do again the transfer, because at the very end of all that, we have to have the exact number of fishes that have been transferred into the cages. So the first level, if we have not a valid film, or if we are not able to count, the master, it's under its responsibility, but it's free to do so, can conduct a voluntary transfer. A voluntary transfer is another transfer. So this voluntary transfer comes after the first transfer at sea. So the fish has already been moved from the net to the transport cage. So to conduct this voluntary transfer, we cannot put again the fish in the net. It's very dangerous, and it's quite technically impossible, because the net has already been put, or is being put again on the deck of the prisoner at the end of the transfer operation. So to conduct a voluntary transfer or a controlled transfer, we need to have an empty transport cage available. So the fish is in a transport cage because he has already been transferred. To conduct the voluntary transfer, or to make again the film, we need to have an empty transport cage. Why empty? Because if after a first voluntary transfer we are not able again to count, we will do another voluntary transfer. The voluntary transfer are not limited. So, and they are implemented until we are able to have a specific and clear number of fish transferred. So that's why the cage must be empty, because if you have to implement another voluntary transfer, if there were fish inside the transport cage at the level of the first voluntary transfer, you are not able to do again a voluntary transfer, and you are into trouble. So a voluntary transfer is made between two transport cages, the receiving one being empty. And then we open a door between the two transport cage, we film again, and we count again until we have the proper number, okay? Point 125, if no voluntary transfer has been carried out. Here, we have to understand that it's not compulsory for the master of the donor operator to carry a voluntary transfer. It's voluntary, so he's not obliged to do so. He may decide not to do a voluntary transfer and to remain on the first transfer. But in this case, effectively, the ROP is not signing the ITD. Or if the voluntary transfer still does not permit to determine of the number of fish being transferred, the Cpc Competent Authority of the donor operator shall order, it's an order, a control transfer, which shall be repeated until the quality of the video record allows the estimation of the number of bluefin tuna being transferred. This may occur effectively because you do the first transfer at sea, for example. You do a voluntary transfer, but you still have a bad recording. You want to do another voluntary transfer, but bad weather is occurring. During bad weather, it's difficult to do a transfer because it's dangerous for the fish, for the operation, for the divers, and also because you will not have clarity to you must have on the video footage clarity to be able to count the fishes. So sometimes effectively it occurs that it is not physically possible to implement the voluntary transfer because usually, and we have seen it since this voluntary transfer has been introduced, so 3 to 4 years ago, now the operators are systematically implementing the voluntary transfer when they can, because it's very important for them to have the ITD sign, to have a proper video footage, and to continue to go to fish after the transfer has been made. So they are doing those voluntary transfer oftenly. If they do not do it, it's because there is a physical impediment and bad weather. A storm, for example, or long duration bad weather may conduct to say we cannot implement a voluntary transfer. In that case, effectively, the door is closed, the transport cage is going away, but the CPC has to order a control transfer. Though the control transfer sometimes is made afterwards, days, even weeks sometimes afterwards, the catch has been done and the first transfer has been done. So the transport cage is towed, but until the control transfer has been done, this fish cannot be put into a farm. This fish cannot be caged definitively into a farm until the control transfer has not been done, because we are not sure of the quantity of fish that is inside this transport cage. And at the end of the control transfer, maybe a release of this fish may be ordered. So that's why until we are not sure of the legality of the fish that is in the transport cage, this fish cannot be caged, cannot be farmed. So this control transfer, sometimes they occurs, and it's very important, and it's under the responsibility of the CPC. The protocol is the same. The control transfer occurs from the transport cage where the fish is until inside an empty cage, because you can have 1, 2, 3, 4 control transfers until, as said in the recommendation, you do not reach to have the exact number of fish transferred. So it's written here in the point 126, effectively, the voluntary and or control transfer shall be carried out into another cage, which must be empty. The number of fish obtained from the valid voluntary or control transfer shall be used to complete the logbook, the Icat transfer declaration, ITD, and the relevant section of the BCD. So once the transfer is completed, once we have, even after several voluntary or control transfer, determine exactly how many fishes have been transferred into the transport cage, then you have all the documentation to fill in and to record. First one is the logbook of the purser and the logbook of the receiving towing vessel. You have the Icat transfer declaration, ITD, that we will see, and the relevant section of the BCD. The BCD, you will see this document, the bluefin CAD document. We have talked of it yesterday. The BCD is following the bluefin tuna until the time it is sold. So the BCD is the passport of the bluefin tuna, is following the bluefin tuna during all the time of all the activities of the fishing campaign. So from the very first time he's catch, there is a first section in the BCD where he's informed. Then he's transferred. There is a second section of the BCD that you will see where you inform about the information of this transfer. Is caged into the destination farm. There is another section where the information is put about this caging process. Is harvested. At the level of the harvest, there is a specific section of the BCD, and then is sold to a private buyer, and then there is a marketing information that is the last section of the BCD. But the BCD at the end must be complete with all for traceability, with all these sections completed, and so after the transfer, the BCD must be completed too. And it is one of the important tasks of the observer is to verify the information in all these documents, the logbook, the ITD, and the BCD, that the information inside the BCD is rightly put and is in conformity with the recommendation. The separation of the transport cage from a purse scene, a trap, or a farm cage shall not occur before the Icat regional observer on board the purse scene or present on the farm or trap has carried out his tasks. So, when the first transfer occurs, there may be voluntary transfer occurring after also, but effectively, the transport cage may not move until the ROP has not carried out his task. His task, and the CPC observer too, his first task is to view the film and to count. So until he has not done that, effectively, the transport cage cannot move. The transport cage could eventually move, as we have said, if at the end of all the voluntary transfers, we still have not determined the number of fees that have been transferred. So in that case, effectively, as we have said, the transport cage is moving, but the ROP or the CPC observer has done his duty because he has viewed the film and counted. But the transport cage is moving, but thereafter there will be a control transfer. But until the observer has not done, and its duty is to view the film, to count, and to verify the documents. Until he has not done that, effectively, the transport cage cannot move. However, if after the voluntary transfer, the quality of the video still does not allow determination of the number of individuals being transferred, the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator may allow the separation of the donor purse scene vessel, trap, or farm from the transport cage. In such a case, the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator shall order the doors of the transport cage concerned to be sealed in accordance with the procedure set out in Annex 14 and require a control transfer to be carried out at a determined time and place in the presence of the flag, trap, or farm competent authority. Here we have to stop 2 minutes because this is very new. This was not existing in 2021. It's very new in the recommendation 2108. It's a new proceeding about sealing the transport cage with the proper seals. So we are here at the end of the voluntary transfers. We have seen that at the end of the voluntary transfers, there may be 1, 2, 3, 4, it's not limited, but if at the end we still do not have a proper video, or if we are not able to count the fishes, effectively the CPC may authorize the transport cage to leave, as we have said, but with two conditions. The first one is that the doors, all the doors of the transport cage, be sealed with proper seal, and to order a control transfer. As we have seen, the control transfer may occur long time after the last voluntary transfer, because the towing vessel is going away, is going maybe to do other transfer with other personer, and effectively there may be no inspector available immediately. So the control transfer may occur after 1 to maybe 1 or 2 weeks after the last voluntary transfer. So to be sure that this transport cage is not operated again, that fish is put outside this cage, or new fish is transferred into this cage, it's compulsory to seal the doors of this cage to be sure that this cage has not been touched, or fish has not been moved until the control transfer is implemented. So the transport cage is sealed only if there is afterward a control transfer. This is to be very clear. The transport cage is not sealed if there is no problem. If we have been able to count the fishes, if the ITD is signed, there is no seal of the transport cage. The transport cage is sealed only if there is the necessity to do a control transfer, to be sure that at the moment in which we will do the control transfer, the cage has not been touched. The fish inside the cage has not been moved in a way or in another. Okay, so we will see immediately the Annex 14 is the last annex of this recommendation. And here both ROP and CPC observer are concerned. So procedure for sealing operation of transport cages. So the seal itself is a little plastic square where you find the Icat logo and you find a number. Every seal is numbered and identified. And this little piece of plastic is completed with a tie to put it on the net and on the door, where the door is opening of the transport cage. So prior to their deployment on a per-scene vessel, a trap, or towing vessel, is the three means where you transfers may occur. Of course, the provider responsible for the ROP, so Icat, for the implementation of the ROP program under its responsibility, has given the duty to a provider. The provider is MRAG, an English company, and Cofrepesh, and they implement this program since 2010. So the provider of the ROP observer are private companies that has a specific contract with Icat, and they provide the ROP. So the provider, MRAG and Cofrepesh, will provide the ROP with those seals. And for CPC observer, it's the National Competent Authority. So for Malta, it will be, I suppose, the Department of Fishery of Malta that will provide its CPC observers with those seals. So the observers, CPC observers or rope observers, are provided with seals. Each observer receives a minimum of 25 Icat seals. It's not CPC seals, they are Icat seals, all. So each observer, CPC1 or ROP1, receive minimum at the beginning of the deployment 25 seals. And the CPC or the Icat must maintain a record of the seal provided and used. So along with the 25 seals, you will receive a file with the number of each seal, the number of the 25 seals you will receive. And each time a seal is used, you have to record it to say, I have used the seal number, and at the end of the deployment, you will give back this file with the record of, maybe you will use none of them. So at the end of the deployment, you give back the 25 seals with the record of these 25 seals. If you have used some of these seals before a control transfer, you have to record the number of seals that have been used and on which situation, for which control transfer, and on which and record the specific cage on which they have been used. So the donor operator, it's the purseiner or the towing vessel, shall be responsible for sealing the cages. It's not the observer, of course, that is going under the sea to seal the cage. It's the diver of the donor operator that is responsible to seal the cage. In fact, if a cage has to be sealed because there will be a control transfer, the Icat observer or the CPC observer gives the seals to the donor operator, and it's the donor operator that is responsible to put the seals on the cage through its divers. Okay, for this purpose, it's a minimum of 3 seals placed in such a way that they prevent the opening of doors without breaking the seals shall be put on each cage door. A cage may have several doors, not only one. And so effectively, we have to be sure, and it's under the responsibility of the operator, of the donor operator, that each door, 1, 2, 3, 4, of the cage be sealed with minimum 3 seals, and to be sure that the way these seals are put, the door cannot be opened without breaking the seals. So the seals must not be put at the same place. The door is a big square. So logically, effectively, there should have been even 4. It's a minimum 3, but almost to put one, logically it should be like that on one side of the square, of each side, excuse me, side of this square. But effectively, it's written like that. We will see that it will operate because it's the first time, but they have to be seen clearly in a way that the door cannot be opened again without breaking the seals. The sealing operation shall be video recorded, of course, because you could give the seals to the operator and his divers. The divers go under the water with the seals, come up with no seal and say, okay, I've put the seals. Okay, but we are not sure of nothing. So to be sure that the seals have been put, that they put the right seals with the right numbers, this sealing operation must be video recorded by the donor operator, is still under the responsibility of the operator, and shall allow the identification, excuse me, of the seals and verification that the seals have been properly placed not all on the same side, for example, of the door. They have been properly placed and allow identifications that we must see on the film. Once more, the number of the seal. The video shall comply with paragraph 1A, B, C of Annex 8 that you will see when you will see the video record. A copy of the video footage shall be made available to the Icat regional observer on board of the purser or on the trap, or on the national, or to the national observer on the receiving towing vessel. For transmission to the CPC Competent Authority or regional observer present on the subsequent control transfer. Effectively, when the control transfer is implemented, it's compulsory. There must be the presence of this control transfer, must be monitored by a regional observer. So the regional observer, before implementing the control transfer, must view this video footage of the sealing of the cage to see that the cage is properly sealed and that he can identify the number of the seals. The video footage of the subsequent control transfer shall include the in-sealing operation, which shall be undertaken in such a way to allow the identification of the seals and verification that the seals have been tampered with. So when we will do the control transfer is a transfer, so between the transport cage to an empty transport cage. All the transfer operation will be videoed, will be monitored with a video footage, as said in Annex 8 and as we already view. But in addition, this video footage must clearly show that before the opening of the door, the seals were there. We must see clearly on the video the identification, the number of each seal, to be sure that it is those are the same seals that have been put when the cage has moved. And we have to see clearly the fact that the seals are taken, are broken, and that the door is open. It's not said here, but eventually it should be logical that when the transfer is as indeed, if possible, the divers come up with the seals and give it to the regional observer. But it's just to verify all that specific proceeding, that effectively the cage has not been touched, that no fish has moved from this cage out or in from the time the last voluntary transfer has been made to the time we are implementing this control transfer. According to that, as it is the first time that this is implemented, because this was not existing before, this year, 2022, is a pilot implementation of this specific proceeding with seals, because we don't know the feasibility of all that. So it is clearly said at the end of the recommendation, we see that this is not first compulsory to implement that. Some CPCs may decide not to implement the sealing of the cages. If they implement it, they have to put it in their fishing plan. Obviously, EU will implement it. Obviously, according to what we know now, EU will implement it. The other CPCs, we don't know yet. We'll know just before the campaign. But anyway, even if it is used, it is as a pilot proceeding, because afterwards panel 2 will receive the experience of all the CPC about the sealing, how is that being done, if it is efficient, if it is feasible, and then during the next Icat commission, Icat will decide if we maintain this proceeding, if we change this proceeding, or if we do not do it no more at all. So that's why it is a pilot scheme for this year. this specific campaign 2022. But if it is to be implemented, it is to be implemented as described here in the recommendation. Okay, do you have any question about that? Okay, so we'll turn back to... Sorry?
I believe it is all clear. No.
No question?
I believe so. So we can move on.
Okay. Just 1 second. So it's we can look at page 35, the point 238, sorry.
Jean-Pierre, page 35.
Yes, it's 238, just under 238.
Okay.
Okay. So just to explain what I have just said, transitional period from the implementation of sealing of bluefin tuna cages. For the implementation of the measures related to the sealing of bluefin tuna cages set out in the paragraph we have just seen and Annex 14, a transitional period until 2023 may be granted to those CPCs that indicate in their fishing plans such need to ensure proper implementation of the measures. An assessment of the implementation of this measure during the 2022 fishing season will be carried out by the affected CPCs with a view to discuss their implementation and possible revision or update of the March 2023 Panel 2 meeting. So it is clear that effectively there will be an assessment of the operationality of this sealing proceeding, and that there will be a report of the CPCs about the way this has been implemented or not implemented and why. And during the panel 2 in March 2023, there will be a decision about the fact to use again or not, or to amend the way, to upgrade the way these sealing operations are implemented. Just to conclude on the sealing. Okay, we can turn back to page 22. So now we go to Icat Transfer Declaration, the ITD. This is a really important document. It's linked to the transfer, as its name indicates, because it's linked only to the transfer. It's a declaration, and it's an Icat declaration. So it's not at the level of the CPC. It's like the BCD. It's an Icat document. And this document, to be valid, has to be signed by the master of the purseiner, the master of the towing vessel, and the regional observer on board of the purseiner. So at the end of the transfer operation, this ITD is prepared. At the end of the transfer operation, of course, we must wait the end of the transfer operation, because until the end of the transfer operation, we do not know how many fishes have been transferred. So the donor operator shall complete. It's the master of the purseiner that is responsible of preparing and completing with all information the ITD in accordance with the format set out in Annex 4 that we will see. The donor operator shall transmit or make available without delay the ITD to its CPC Competent Authority, to the Icat regional observer, where its presence is mandatory, and where applicable to the master of the towing vessel or the farm receiving the fish. In fact, the ITD is put in annex once it's completed, once the runner has verified it, once it's signed, the ITD is put as an annex of the BCD. And as we have said, the fish cannot move and must have at any time with him the BCD and the ITD or ITDs that are linked with this BCD in PMC. So effectively, the ITD is given to the master of the towing vessel, and when the towing vessel is arriving at the farm, all the ITDs kept by the master of the towing vessel must be given to a copy of it must be given to the operator of the farm. Okay, so we will see this Annex 4 rapidly. So because you will have the occasion to see again this ITD in the training. So here it is, the ITD. It has been changed a little bit in this recommendation, but it's still the same about the information that he has to have in it. So the first part of the information is regarding the first transfer occurring, so the first transfer between the net and the transport cage, and its transfer, of course, of live fish. I remember that a transfer is always linked with live fish, no dead fishes. But what has changed in this ITD is that now, effectively, during the transfer, you may have dead fishes. If there are dead fishes during the transfer operation, it has to be informed in this new version of the ITD. We'll see it here effectively. So the first thing is to inform about the fishing vessel name. So and of course the catching body. So for the catch vessel or trap, because the trap is a catching mean, and you may have a transfer from the trap to the farm or from the trap to transport cage. So you fill in, effectively the master fill in all those information with the call sign, the flag, the Icat register number, that is very important, external identification, the transfer authorization number. Remember that before implementing the transfer, we must have in hand a specific authorization. The transfer authorization number is put here. Phishing logbook number, because we have to fill in also the logbook, EFO number, EBCD number, because the ITD is linked with first a catch, and the catch is documented in the BCD. So the ITD goes together with the EBCD. So it is linked with a specific EBCD, and the number of the EBCD is put here, and it's a very important information. So the same from the trap, if there is a trap doing the transfer. And in the second part, you have the information about the towing vessel. So we are not to be confused here, because they have put effectively fishing vessel name. So effectively fishing, as we have said in the definitions, are all the vessels involved. They should, for me, have put catching vessel name, because here it's the name of the purseiner, and it would have been better to put catching vessel than fishing vessel. But fishing vessel here, it's the purseiner. Then on the right side, you have the part for the towing vessel. So towing vessel name, flag, Icat register number, external identification number, transport cage number. We have seen that every transport cage is identified with a specific number, and it's very important, and the ITD is not valid if here we do not have the transport cage that will receive the number of the transport cage that will receive the fish. And last information, you must put the name of the destination farm where the fish will be caged and its Icat register number. Here we have something new in the ITD because we can put the name of three different towing vessels. Why? Because since a few years, since the quota has increased a lot, you have to have in mind that the purseners are industrial catching vessels, and they have huge capacities of catch because they were designed in years where the quota was there was no quota. Some boats have been designed when there was no quota, and some other ones have been designed when the quota has increased. So they have huge capacity of catching. We are talking about 100 tons of catch. So it appears that in when the quota is beginning to increase, that some purseners with huge capacities have made huge catches, and the quantity of fish that has been catch do not specifically enter into a transport cage, because the transport cage has a limited capacity. So when all the catch of a pursener is not entering totally in only one transport cages, we must use 2 or maximum 3 transport cages to transfer all the fish that is inside the net. So what happens in that case is that effectively you put toward the net 1, 2, or 3 cages in sequences. They are all attached, and you opened different doors, a doors between the net and the first transport cage. You open a second door between the first transport cage and the second transport cage, and eventually, because you can go until 3, maximum 3 transport cages, a third door between the second transport cage and the third transport cage. And the fish, the tuna, is transferred from the net to the first transport cage, to the first transport cage, to the second one, to the second one, to the third, until the time that the net is empty of fish. Then we close all the doors. Effectively, a film is made between the net and the first transport cage, and between the 2 other transport cage, to be sure at the end how many fishes are inside each transport cage. These transport cages may have been brought by different towing vessels. They may have been brought by the same one or by different towing vessels. That's why here you may inform about 3 different towing vessels with 3 different number of cages, because at the end of the transfer, you may have 3 transport cages filled in. Then, so this is the first part. It's the part of information of the donor on the left side, the receiving on the right side. The second item of the ITD is the transfer information itself. First transfer information. We have seen yesterday the definition of the first transfer. The first transfer is the one between the net and the transport cage. We have only here one line, one section, okay? And you have effectively different information. So the date the transfer occurs, the position, port, latitude, longitude. Then you have the number of individual and estimated weight in first cage. Then you have information about voluntary transfer or controlled transfer. And you have to inform also about the bluefin tuna that eventually has died during the transfer. You put it here in this section. And you have 3 this information is repeated 3 times, because eventually, as I have said just before, you may have 3 transport cages. For each transport cages, we must know effectively how many fishes have been transferred and how many dead fishes have died during this specific transfer. And you have the specific number of cage also. So you have here the three cases where you can put this information. We have only one section. It means that if after the first transfer we need to do voluntary transfers or controlled transfer, we are still putting the information in this section under the same number of transfer authorization. As we have seen, we are not due to ask for any voluntary transfer or controlled transfer a new authorization number. We remain under the same transfer authorization number. But we inform if the number we have reached is after the voluntary transfer or control transfer. You see, you have first transfer, voluntary transfer, control transfer. So at the end, the figure we put is the definitive one, and we have to put if it's after the very first transfer, after a voluntary transfer, or after a control transfer. And last line, very important, is the line of the signatures. I have said the ITD is valid if he has the signature of the master of the catching vessel or the trap. If we have the signature of the master of the towing vessel, we may have 3 towing vessels, so we may have 3 signatures here. And most important, the name, Icat number, and signature of the ROP, of the Icat regional observer. And until the Icat observer has not signed the ITD is not valid. And the Icat observer may sign this ITD after the control transfer only. Okay, so this is the first part of the ITD. So after the first transfer, this ITD incompleted is signed, if signed, is signed by all parties, if the information in it is valid under the recommendation, and this ITD is given a copy of it to the master of the towing vessel, and you will be on board of the towing vessel, so you will receive also a copy of this ITD. Then there is the section 3 that concerns directly the CPC observer, because during the transportation and the towing of the cages, there may be further transfers. So from a transport cage to another transport cage. So if those transfer occurs during your deployment of the towing vessel, the master of the donor towing vessel must inform this section 3 with further transfer. So you have further transfer 1, 2, 3. Logically, it's not limited. So you may have 4, 5. So you have to make copy of it, of this page, and to add as many pages as needed. So for further transfer, you effectively have the date in which this transfer occurs. You have to put again the ITD number, because the ITD has got a specific number. You see on the first line, document number, it's the ITD number. The donor towing vessel name, the receiving towing vessel name, their call sign, their Icat registration number. Always towing vessel without a Icat number cannot receive bluefin tuna. The transfer authorization, so the transfer authorization that is put, that you find at the beginning of the ITD. And of course, the name of the cage that is involved with this further transfer. And the signature of the 2 masters, the donor vessel 1 and the receiving vessel 1. You have also effectively the number of individual, of course, on weight that have been transferred from the 2 cages, and eventually the number of bluefin tuna that died during the transfer. So as a CPC observer, you have to verify this information, to verify that this information is put on the logbook also, but you do not have to sign the ITD, just to verify and to report upon this information. And you have to keep a copy of this information that you will put in your report at the end of your deployment. Okay, so this is for the ITD, but you will have the occasion during this training to see it again and to see examples of ITD of last year compiled. So we turn back to page 22 of the recommendations. So we have seen the ITD. So the CPC Competent Authority, it's always under this responsibility of the donor operator, shall ensure that the ITD form is numbered using the 3-lettered CPC code, followed by the 4 numbers showing the year, and 3 sequential numbers, followed by the 3 letters ITD. So the format of the number of the ITD is very precise and cannot be different of that. So you have the 3 letters of the CPC. For EU, once more, you may have EU point MLT point 2022 is this year, /3 sequential numbers that are chosen freely by the CPC, and ITD to show that this number is a number of an ITD. The original of the ITD shall accompany the fish transferred up to the destination farm, where the fish will be caged. So the master of the towing vessel received the original ITD with the original signatures of all the masters and the ROP observer. And he has at the end to give this original to the farm operator when the fish will be transferred into the cages of the farm. At first transfer, the original of the ITD shall be duplicated by the donor operators when a single catch is transferred from the per-scene net or the trap to more than one transport cage. As we have seen under ITD, the transfer may be done into several transport cages. In that case, he has to duplicate and to make 3, for example, original, if we have 3 cages, to make them 3 signed, and to give 1 copy to each of the towing vessel concerned. In the case of a further transfer, the master of the donor towing vessel shall update the ITD by completed part 3, is what we have just seen. So when there are further transfer between 2 towing vessels, the ITD must be informed, and the section 3 with further transfer must be completed, and provide the updated ITD to the receiving towing vessel. So he keeps a copy of it, and he gives the original to the receiving towing vessel. A copy of the ITD shall be kept on board the donor catching towing vessels, or by the donor trap or the donor farm, and be accessible at any time for control purposes during the duration of the fishing campaign. The ITD is also a control document. The ITD goes along with the video footages, is linked also with the video footage. And if there is a control, effectively, all the documentation must be presented, EBCD, logbook, ITD, video footage. Okay, so this is for the transfer operations and what we have to control during those transfer operations. An important point is the point after is that investigation may be carried out by the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator, so or the purseiner of the trap or the donor towing vessel. So at any time, effectively, and it's its responsibility. The CPC may carry out investigations, and here are describes the way these investigations must be done. So the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator shall, it's compulsory, investigate all cases where there is more, this is the first case, and it's an important one, there is more than 10% difference between the number of fish reported in the ITD by the donor operator and the number of fish estimated by the Icat regional observer or by the CPC national observer as appropriate. So when there is a transfer, as we have seen, we have the video footage. We count, and when I say we, it's the operator and the observer counts from the film. And when I say that the observer is counting, the observer must count in a totally free and independent way. Logically, when he counts, the operator should be, the observer should be alone. And it may use as long time as necessary to count. It's not that you have a limited time to count. It's very important. Of course, the observers must go back to fish because he has a limited time, as we have seen, to fish. So effectively, he is eager to have very rapidly the result of the counting of the observer. But in the recommendation and in the facts, the observer, it's not that he has to exaggerate, but may take the time he wants to count and to be sure of its counting. And this counting must be its own counting, knowing that it must be done independently of any pressure of the master of any other body. So that's why the counting of the observer logically must be done in a separate location, and the observer must do it alone, and it's its own counting and estimation, and independently of any pressure. That's very important. You will see it when you will do the counting on the films, but it's a very important aspect. It's your own personal counting. So when the captain has counted, he puts, as we have seen, the figures on the ITD. He puts, the masters puts also on the logbook and on the ITD the number and the weight. I recall that the weight is only the responsibility of the captain, of the master, of the purser. It's its own estimation, but we do not have to verify or to control this weight. We cannot. We have not the means on board of the purser of the towing vessel to verify or to estimate the weight. But the only number we can verify and estimate is the number of individuals, the number of fishes. This is the important figure that is in the ITD that has been to be reported in the logbook also and in the BCD. But first is put in the ITD, and after the regional observer has made its own counting, the master gives him the ITD, and the observer is looking at the figure of the master. And here there is a tolerance of 10%. If the number of the observer is inside a 10% difference, more or less, it's not only in one way, but if it's inside a 10% difference, it's okay. The observer can validate the figure of the master and sign the ITD. But if there is a difference of more than 10% between the figure of the master and the observer cannot sign the ITD. And if there is this difference, immediately the CPC shall investigate. It means that anyway, if the ITD at the end is not signed, because what happens in reality? In reality, if we find that there is this difference of more than 10%, logically, the master will implement a voluntary transfer to have a new film and to count again. Okay, but if at the end of all the voluntary transfers, there is still a difference of 10% between the two figures, the ROP is not signing the ITD, and then, as we have seen, the transport cage is going away sealed. And then there is the control transfer afterwards. But logically, before or at the time the CPC orders a control transfer, it should also order the beginning of an investigation to know exactly why there is this difference of 10% between the two counting. So this investigation shall also begin when, it's the point B, the Icat regional observer does not sign the ITD. The observer do not sign the ITD when there is this difference of 10%, but he may not sign also the ITD if all the information we have seen is not properly recorded in the ITD. If one of information is wrong or is missing, he is not signing the ITD. And then, effectively, the CPC must implement an investigation. Logically, in the last years, the only reason why, because now you have seen it's not so complicated to put the information at the ITD. It's only general information about identity of the vessels and the masters and number of cage and so on. So there is few mistakes now on those kind of information. The only reason why the observer is not signing, it's about the figure of the bluefin tuna transferred. So he's not capable to count, or there is a difference in the figure of fish transferred. So the margin of error of 10% referred above in the point A shall be expressed as a percentage of the donor operator's figures. So when we calculate this percentage of difference, it's upon the figure of the master of the purseiner. So the way the investigation must be done, it's point 135. When applicable, the investigation shall include the analysis of all the relevant video footages, of course. Except in cases of force majeure, the investigation shall be concluded within 96 hours, so 3 days of it, 4 days, sorry, hours of its initiation, and in any case prior to the arrival of the transport cage to the destination farm. So logically, the investigation lasts maximum 4 days, and at least, anyway, it must be concluded before the fish arrives at the cage, at the farm. I recall that the farm cannot cage fish that is not in compliance with this recommendation. So if there is an investigation and we do not have the result of an investigation, we are not sure that the fish inside the cage is in compliance with this recommendation. So it cannot be caged. But anyway, if there is an investigation, the conclusion of the investigation must be known before the fish arrives at the farm and be caged. At the initiation of an investigation, the CPC Competent Authority of the donor operator shall inform the flag CPC Competent Authority of the towing vessel concerned about the investigation and ensure that until the investigation is concluding, no transfer is permitted from or to the transport cage in question. So we cannot touch a cage that is under investigation. For all transfer operations where a video is required, a difference equal to or greater than 10% between the number of bluefin tuna reported by the donor operator in the ITD and the number determined by the CPC Competent Authority or the donor operating following an investigation shall constitute a potential non-compliance of the phishing vessel, trap, or farm concerned. Okay, so we are quite at the end. So we have a next section after, that is section caging in the control measures. Caging, you will have the occasion to read it afterward. In fact, what we have to recall is that the caging itself, it's not defined as a transfer, but operationally it's a transfer. It's done like a transfer. So for the caging itself, it's when the towing vessel arrives in front of the farm with its transport cages, and the fish from the transport cages is put in the cage of the farm. Though there is a transfer between the transport cage and the cage of the farm. The proceedings are the same. There is the need to have a caging authorization. So when the towing vessel is arriving in front of the farm, it's the farm operator that is asking its CPC, and its CPC is asking the donor CPC to give this authorization. So there is a specific authorization to cage the fish. Once this authorization is received, the transfer is done between the transport cage and the cage of the farm, and is video recorded. But here it's video recorded with the conventional camera and the stereoscopical camera, as we have said in the definitions. The stereoscopical camera is operated by the CPC control inspectors. It's a mean to control. It's not operated by, it may be operated by the operator, but the result of it is analyzed and managed by the CPC controllers. Then there is a ROP, so I recall that the caging operation is monitored by the ROP that is present on the farm, and then so the fish is farmed. Like the ITD, there is an ICD, an Icat caging declaration. There is no annex for that. There is no specific form, but merely is following the model from the ITD. But there is a specific document that is called an ICD that is signed also by the operator of the farm, the towing vessel, and the regional observer. But all the proceedings of the transfer is the same as the transfer at sea, with the same controls, a document that is signed, the ICD, and there is a specific section of the BCD that is compiled after the caging. This caging operation effectively is not under the responsibility of the CPC observer. Is not part of your duty. It's part of the duty of the regional observer. So you will have the occasion, of course, to read it, to be informed about that, but it will take too much time if we go through it, but merely is the same proceedings as per the other transfers. So we will go directly to page 26, and that's a part of the recommendation that is important for the CPC observer and the regional observer. Sorry, it's not that part. No, sorry, it's not that part. No, we go directly to page 32, sorry. And it's about the VMS. We have seen in further on that all vessels with certain characteristics must be equipped with a vessel monitoring system. And that's part of the job of the duty of the CPC or European observers to verify that the towing vessel of the prisoner has got a proper VMS system, functioning VMS system. So CPC shall implement a vessel monitoring system, VMS, for their fishing vessels, not only catching vessels, fishing vessels with a length equal or greater than 15 meters. So all fishing vessels, including the towing vessels or the auxiliary vessels, greater than 15 meters must have a functional VMS system. Including the obligation to transmit at least once every hour. So it's a signal minimum every hour for purseine vessels and at least once every 2 hours for all other fishing vessels. So a purseiner must send a signal every hour. A towing vessel must send a signal every 2 hours. Notwithstanding the above, all towing vessels used to transport live bluefin tuna shall, in respective of their lengths, install and operate a VMS in accordance with recommendation 1810 and transmit messages at least once every hour. So it's contradictional, but for towing vessel, we have not linked with the length of 15 meters. So every towing vessel, independently of its length, must carry a VMS system, and it must transmit at least also every hour. So the transmission of VMS data to the Icat Secretariat by each authorized fishing vessel subject to under this recommendation shall start at least 5 days before and continue at least 5 days after their period of authorization, unless the vessel is removed from the list of authorized vessels by the CPC. So if a vessel is authorized, so if he's in the record of vessels of Icat, they must carry a VMS system and send signals. And this signal is received directly by the Icat Secretariat. This signal must not be interrupted when the vessel is in port. So even if the vessel is stopped in a port for any reason, maintenance, for example, or carry your materials, he must continue to send the signal. The Icat Secretariat shall immediately inform the flag CPC of any delays or non-receipt of VMS transmissions and distribute monthly reports to all CPCs with specific information on the nature and the scope of these delays. So the Icat Secretariat make reports if they're not receiving signals, and reports out of all CPCs of this not functioning of the VMS system. Such reports shall be sent weekly during the period 1st May to 30 July. Referring to towing vessels, that's mostly important for CPC observer, during the transport of bluefin tuna to a farm. In the event of a technical failure of its VMS, the towing vessel concerned shall be replaced by another towing vessel with a fully functional VMS. So at any time, a towing vessel cannot, even if it's not its fault, even if it's a technical problem, but a towing vessel during the transportation of the bluefin tuna cannot be without a functioning VMS system. So if it is the case, it must immediately be replaced by the CPC concerned by another towing vessel. If no other towing vessel is available, a new operative VMS system shall be installed on board or used if already installed as soon as feasible and not later than 74 hours. Okay, that's very important that it is verified that at any time, or eventually if the VMS system is not functional, Icat's Secretariat will know it and will inform the CPC. But you have also to verify coming onto board that your vessel is equipped with a VMS system and that this VMS system is not functioning. If you see that it's not functioning, you have to report upon that. Of course, this VMS system is used for control and expansion purposes. Okay, last point you see on the recommendation itself, but it's an important one too. It's also under the part 4 control measures. It's about enforcement. It's page 33. And it's obvious we have measures, we have technical measures, we have management measures, and we have control measures. But those control measures are useless if there is not at the end enforcement. And this enforcement is under the responsibility of the CPC. And the CPC must take enforcement measures and must report to Icat, and Icat may ask to a CPC which enforcement measures have you taken after such and such and such as event has occurred. So it's what is written here. CPC shall take appropriate enforcement measures with respect to a fishing vessel where it has been established in accordance with its law that the fishing vessel flying its flag does not comply with the provision of the recommendation. The measure shall be commensurate with the gravity of the offense and in accordance with the pertinent provision of national law, of course, in such a way to make sure that they effectively deprive those responsible of the economic benefit derived from their infringement without prejudice to the exercise of their profession. Those sanctions shall also be capable of producing results proportionate to the seriousness of such infringement, thereby effectively discouraging further offenses of the same kind. Though it cannot be a smooth enforcement, it must be commensurate to the gravity of the offense toward this recommendation. And the objective at the end is to prevent and discourage that they occur again, of course. The same for the farm CPC. They shall take appropriate enforcement measures with respect to a farm where it has been established in accordance with its law that the farm does not comply with the provision of this recommendation. Okay, so that is the end of this recommendation. Then we have other parts that is not directly our concern for the duty of the observer, but you will have the occasion to read it, and it's interesting to read it. So under control measures, you have also market measures, but those is occurring after the end of the campaign. You have also a part 5 about Icat scheme of joint international inspections. We have seen that the Icat CPCs may join forces to conduct inspections, and that you have effectively the figure of the Icat inspector. That is an inspector that is nominated by the CPC, but that has other duties that the CPC inspectors. Okay. To finish this, because it's quite a time, last 5 minutes, we have to have a look to a new annex to the recommendation that concerns mainly the CPC observer that you will see more precisely during this training. I look for it, 1 second. Oh. Okay. See, we can see page 54 first. You have here, I was talking about Icat inspectors. If an inspector come on board your towing vessel, or your fishing vessel, he has to carry an identification card. And in the recommendation, in the Annex 7, you find the proper model of this inspector identity card. If someone comes on board and say, I am an Icat inspector, he has to show this specific card with his picture and his inspector name, and of course with the logo of you see it of Icat. Okay, so that's for Icat inspectors. Looking still for
is it front back? Like is it to print as front back the International Commission this document?
Yes, I think it's plastified and it's front and back. You have to both sides here.
Thanks.
Okay, we will go and see page 63. C'est pas celui-là. No, excuse me, it's Annex 11, it's page 64. So this is new also in the Icat recommendation. It was not existing last year. And there is a specific attention put, and more precisely, on what we call dead or lost fish. And this is the duty also of the Icat observer or the CPC observer to look at this. So we will see rapidly this Annex 11. You will have the occasion to come back to that during this training, because now there is a specific form to fill in and to inform about those dead fishes. So first, the number of bluefin tuna that die during any operation regulated in this recommendation shall be reported by the donor operator in the case of a transfer operation and associated transport, or the farm operator in the case of a caging operation. For the purposes of this annex, lost fish refers to the missing bluefin tuna individuals that, after the potential differences detected during the investigation, have not been justified as mortalities. So the definition here of lost fish is that if eventually we have a difference, as we have seen in when we count the fish transferred to a transport cage, then the transport cage is going away, there is the control transfer. And at the end of the control transfer and at the end of the potential investigation, we found that out that effectively fishes are missing. The figures are not coherent from the number that was initially transferred and the reality of the fish that is in the transport cage. This fish is called lost fish. And of course, this lost fish is not justified by mortalities, because when you have mortality, you have dead fish, you see it, you count it. But if it's not justified by dead fishes, it's called lost fish, because there is no recognition, because from the first transfer to the conclusion of the investigation, and effectively some fishes are missing. So there is a specific treatment of fish that die during first transfer. So first transfer is the first transfer at sea between the net and the transport cage. The bluefin tuna that die during the first transfer from a per-scene vessel or trap shall be recorded in the personal vessel logbook or the trap daily catch report and reported on the ITD and on the transfer section of the BCDs. We have seen, looking at the ITD, and that's new, that was not existing before. You have a specific line to report on the fish that dies during the transfer operation, the first transfer operation. So this has to be monitored by the ROP, but when you will receive a copy of the ITD, you will see if some fishes have died during the transfer operation. The EBCD shall be provided to the towing vessel with both section total catch, sections total with section 2, sorry, total catch, section 3, live fish trade, and section 4, transfer including dead fish completed. So this you will see it when you will see the BCD document. As said, in the BCD you have different sections, and the number that are put, the figures that are put on the different sections must be coherent between the total fishes that have been catched, the total live fish that have been transferred, and the dead fishes, knowing that the addition of live fishes and dead fishes must be equal to the total fishes that have been catched. I remember also that the quota is a quota of catch fishes, alive or dead, not transfer fishes. Okay. The total quantities reported in section 3 and 4 shall be equal to the quantity reported in section 2. It's just what I have said. So there must be a coherence between the total fishes that have been catched, sorry, and the transfer one and the one that have died. The BCD shall be accompanied by the ITD. The BCD is always accompanied with an annex the ITD. The number of the bluefin tuna reported in the ITD transferred live must equal the number reported in section 3 of the BCD. Of course, this figure must be the same. The information and the number in the ITD of the number of live fish transferred must be equal to the same section in the BCD. Otherwise, there is a problem. A split of the EBCD with section 8 trade information shall be completed and given to the auxiliary vessel which will transport the dead bluefin tuna to shore. This dead fish and split EBCD must be accompanied with a copy of the ITD. When seeing the ITD, you will see that when you see the BCD, sorry, the BCD is produced and completed once the catch is made, the original catch. Then the fish may have different destinations. For example, the fish that have died may be transshipped to a port. The live fish is transferred to a transport cage. From this transport cage, it may be splitted to other transport cages before being caged. Anyway, from the original BCD can be what we call splitted. Other BCDs can be produced because I have said the bluefin tuna cannot be transported without its own BCD. So if the fish has died from a catch and he must be accompanied by a split of the BCD of the first catch. There is a way to put a split number of BCD, but a BCD can be splitted in different other BCDs. And if he splitted this BCD, even the ITD of the transfer must be put with the splitted BCD because the BCD is functioning with a proper ITD. With regard to EBCD, the dead fish shall be allocated to the catching vessel which made the catch, or in the case of UFOs, either to participating catching vessels or flags. So effectively, the dead fish that occurs during the catch comes and is informed in the BCD and is the responsibility of the catching vessel, of course. Treatment of fish that die and are lost during further transfers, and further transfer is regarding towing vessel and the duty of the CPC observer, and transport operation. towing vessels shall report using the template attached that we will see all bluefin tuna dead during transports. Individual lines shall be completed by the master each time the dead or lost event has been detected. So it's the responsibility of the master of the towing vessel to report upon dead or lost fishes during the transportation. In case of further transfers, the master of the donor towing vessel must provide the original of the report to the master of the towing vessel receiving the bluefin tuna, keeping a copy on board for the duration of the campaign. So the template we will see just after must be completed and must be given to the receiving towing vessel when there has been a further transfer, and must be kept as a copy by the donor towing vessel during all the campaign, because it's a document that comes under control schemes. At arrival of a transport cage to the destination farm, the master of the towing vessel shall deliver the complete set of reports of dead fish using the template attached to this annex to the farm operator and the farm Cpc Competent Authority. Okay, so all those reports about dead fish during transportation has to be delivered to the farm Cpc. Of course, the Cpc observer must have a copy of it, and it will be part of its report at the end of its deployment. We can go to point 12. For the purpose of the quota uptake to be determined by the flag or trap Cpc, the weight of fish that die or are lost during transport shall be evaluated as follows. For dead fish, in the case of landing, the effective weight of landing shall be applied. Effectively, if the dead fish is transshipped to a dedicated port and landed, at the time is landed, this fish is measured and weighted. So we know exactly the weight of this specific fish when after dying. In the case that the dead fish is discarded, the average weight established at the time of caging shall be applied to the number of individuals discarded. If the fish that dies is in the net of the transport cage or is during the transfer put outside the cage and discarded, effectively it's not possible to weight it specifically. So in this case, we have to wait that the fish that is inside the cage be caged at the farm. When it's caged, as we have seen, this fish is weighted through by using the stereoscopic camera, and the average weight that all the fishes that are inside a farm cage after the caging is considered to be the weight of the specific fish that have died during the transport and that has been discarded without being weighted. For fish otherwise considered as lost, here we are not talking about fish that has died, the fish that has lost. It's when we have a difference of numbers of individuals between what is inside the cage and what at the end we verify at the caging moment or at the moment of the investigation. The average individual weight established at the time of caging shall be applied to be the number of individuals considered as being lost. So here also we will use the average weight of fishes after caging to weight the lost fishes during transportation. So we may have also fish that die during caging operation, so it's not our concern because it's caging operation. And fish that die during farming activities is not our concern, okay? Our concern is fish that die during further transfers and during transportation. So here we have this new template. This is very new in this way, it was not existing before. So it's a template for reporting of fish that die during further transfer and towing operations. But it's directly under the responsibility of masters of towing vessels, and it is under the duty of the CPC observers, because he will have to verify those reports and keep a copy and of it, and give this templates during their debriefing at the end of their deployment. So on the first part, you put effectively the same information as always, the information on the towing vessel, its name, its Icat and flag, Icat number and flag, ITD number and cage number concerned by the death of the bluefin tuna, and the master name. You put also the information about the catching vessel, because we know which catching vessel has called this specific tunas, the name of vessels or trap, Icat number and GFO's number, and EBCD number, because in the transport cage, the fish in the transport cage is identified also through the EBCDs. Previous towing vessel, if any, because this fish may come from another. You have seen that some it's possible during transportation for towing vessel to exchange their transport cages. So if the specific cage was towed before by another towing vessel, this has to be informed. It's not always the case, but it may be the case. So this part is to be informed. You have to inform also about farm destination. Just before, excuse me, if this fish was towed by another towing vessel, and if there has been mortality of bluefin tuna before, this has to be reported here in this column here. Also, just to recall that maybe before there have been mortality before. The farm destination must be informed, and then you put the number of dead bluefin tuna that have occurred. So the date in which it has happened, the number of dead bluefin tuna. Here we put only the number and the master signature, and there is a total, of course. So it's put at the very end with an asterisk. In case of further transfers, the master of the donor towing vessel shall deliver the original of the mortalities report to the master of the receiving towing vessel. So this template is used in two cases, to be very clear. In case there is further transfer, during the further transfer, but also during towing operations. So it regards all the dead tunas that the mortality of bluefin tuna that occurs during transportation. Okay, so we will end with that, but that was very important. We'll have the occasion to see it again during this training, but we have seen what was most important for you of this recommendation. Once more, you have always to refer to this recommendation, so to have it at end, or to have the possibility to access to it through the Icat website. But if you have any doubt, first, it's good to read it again quietly by yourself before your deployment. But to effectively, if you have any doubt, to come back to this recommendation, to read it again, to solve any doubt you may have about the implementation of a specific activity. Sorry but it's a long document. It's an important document, so we had to spend time upon it. I know that it is quite late, but if you have any question about it or about this presentation.
I believe there are no questions. Maybe
Anyway.
we are going to talk about some of these points after the lunch break. So maybe they will try to focus on the things that we've seen this morning, and they could ask for some questions in the afternoon.
Okay, no problem. If there are other questions, if then afterwards, we will find a little time to answer it if necessary. No problem. Thank you so much for attending. Good training, and good luck, of course, for your future deployment. And I hope to see you again, maybe in Malta or during debriefing. We'll see.
Thank you so much, Jean-Pierre, for your participation this morning. I believe that everything is clear, actually. We did a pretty good job, I think. So absolutely. So I believe that we can close this part of the training session and start with our lunch break.
Very good.
So are you all here, guys?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe you have no questions.
Okay. Bye-bye to you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Until what
so-
time is the lunch break, please?
Of course, it will start 1 hour, so we will come back at 2 p.m.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch.
Okay, see you in 1 hour, and have a good lunch, you all.
Ora si registrerà la conferenza.
Okay, great, guys. We can start. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So, as I was saying, I am Ms. Ornella Coco. We are going to discuss documents and regulations on Icat Recommendation 2108. So, as you've seen, basically, our lecturer, Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, talked to us about the Icat recommendation, which is going to be on force since this year. In fact, the previous one was Icat recommendation 1904. In fact, if you can see here in the title of the Icat recommendation, it is recommendation by Icat amending the recommendation 1904, amending recommendation 1802, establishing a multi-annual conservation and management plan for bluefin tuna in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea. As all of you probably already know, there are two stocks of bluefin tuna. So there are two Icat recommendations dedicated, one to the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and another for the Western bluefin tuna. So this recommendation here is basically an adjustment and update of the previous one. In fact, Jean-Pierre Silva told us that basically some documentation have been adjusted and some paragraphs are basically been added. So as you all know by now, the Icat Commission meets every year, and all delegates from all the member states and CPCs basically discuss all the improvements that can be done on this multi-annual conservation and management plan. So here you can see basically a summary of the topics we are going to discuss during this training session. So we are going to start with the requirements of the towing vessel. We're going to take a look to the vessel registration and the use of the monitoring devices. Then we're going to take a look to the tug master duties or towing vessel master duties. Then we're going to focus on the documentation and all that is specifically referred to the National Observer Program. So, in order to be involved to the bluefin tuna fishing campaign every year, all towing vessels will need to do one thing before starting, which is registering to the Icat vessel list in the category other vessels, and specifically as towing vessels. This is one of the major requirements for towing vessels. The other, of course, is the presence of a functioning monitoring device, so a VMS. Without registration of the vessel in the proper Icat list, the phishing vessel cannot be involved in the bluefin tuna fishing campaign. So it would operate in an illicit way. After the registration is done, the vessel is going to get a specific Icat number. So here, as you can see, there's basically a specific guideline established by Icat for the submission of vessels for the inclusion on the Icat record, in which basically you can find even the deadlines to register the vessel in order to be allowed to participate to the bluefin tuna fishing campaign. Of course, this is a guideline referring to the previous recommendation 1802 and 1904, but basically the deadline is 15 days before the start of the activities. Here you can see that there's a specific form that will need to be filled out by the operator. So for example, the captain of the vessel, and basically is an Excel file in which all the information can be filled out by the operator, and there's actually even a little guideline inside the file itself in order to help the operator in filling this document that will need to be sent, of course, again, for 15 days before the start of activity. So basically, the requirements for the master of a towing vessel. Of course, even masters of towing vessel will need to have a proper knowledge of the Icat documentation. Otherwise, they will not be able to compile the document and to assist properly all of the operation in which their vessel is involved. Another of the main requirements for the master of the towing vessel is, of course, the completion of the vessel logbook. This morning we've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva that the vessel logbook is actually very important to be filled, and the reason is very simple. If there's some kind of problem in reporting data on documentation, for example, the ITD, the BCD, of course those mistakes will be spotted immediately. But if there's some mistake that is not identified in time, basically you can rebuild the whole mission of the towing vessel looking at the vessel logbook. So you're going to find all the information needed inside the vessel logbook, which is basically at the end of the towing trip a document that will need to report in a very consistent way all the information on all the operations, and even in those days in which basically the vessel is not involved in any kind of specific operation. So the captain will report even information during the normal navigation, so the position at a specific time and maybe some information on the weather. Another requirement is the completion and signing of the ITD. So we've seen this morning the ITD. We are going to see yet another time some examples of the completion of the ITD, and we are going to spot exactly the sections that the captain of the towing vessel will need to fill out. Another requirement, ensuring a constant and efficient monitoring device functionality. So the functionality of the VMS will need to be monitored by the captain of the towing vessel. And if any kind of problem related to the functioning of this device is identified, then we will see what the captain should do. Another of the requirements is the cooperation with the national observer. We have seen that national observers will need to cover 100% of towing vessels. That means that without a national observer or CPC observer, which is the same thing, on board, the towing vessel cannot operate in any case. Of course, along with the cooperation with the national observer, the captain will need to be cooperative and respectful of inspection authorities in case of inspections at sea that could actually happen during the navigation. So let's see, vessel monitoring systems. Basically, those are devices which are based on a satellite systems, and they basically have to transmit, according to Icat recommendation, at least once an hour, transmitting specific information such as date and time, vessel name, route, speed, and position. Once again, according to Icat recommendation, this device will need to be activated at least 5 days before the authorization for, of course, the activities within the bluefin tuna fishing campaign starts being valid. So after the vessel registers to other vessels, so to the Icat list for other vessels, basically it will have in return an authorization number. That authorization is going to have a specific validity. So 5 days before this authorization will start being valid, the captain of the towing vessel will need to activate the VMS. And after the end of the fishing trip, the device will need to be kept activated at least 5 days after the authorization expires. So, of course, we are talking about a device. This device will need to be constantly functioning in a proper way. But what happens if there's some kind of problem related to this device? Basically, the master of the vessel should continuously make sure that the monitoring device always stays active, that altered data are not transmitted, that transmission antennas are in proper conditions and not obstructed, and the monitoring device is removed only in case of necessary repair if needed. Of course, in this last case, because it could happen that the device is not working for any kind of reason, the captain of the towing vessel will decide if the device can be repaired very quickly or can be replaced. So if it can't be fixed or replaced, the master of the towing vessel will need to transmit a signal of transmission failure to the competent authorities within 72 hours. And of course, if the functioning of the VMS cannot be restored, the towing vessel will need to stop immediately its operation, so its towing trip, and will need to be replaced with another towing vessel having a proper functioning VMS. Are there any questions till now? Guys, are you with me?
Yes, everything is clear for me.
Okay, great. So basically, why is this VMS so important? First of all, as you've seen in Icat recommendation, basically the VMS is very, very important to monitor the operations. So we are monitoring the operations on bluefin tuna to make sure that all activities are done within the provisions established by Icat. So it has a control, supervision, and monitoring meaning, importance. On the other hand, we have even a scientific importance because so all the data transmitted by the vessels will be transmitted to the Icat Secretariat, and will be transmitted even to the scientific table of Icat, which is the SCRS. So the information collected on speed, route, and position will allow to make evaluations on phishing activities conducted by every vessel and leads to the elaboration of the phishing effort studies. So that's another meaning of the transmission of data with and through the VMS. So one of the main adjustments, we could say, or additions with this new Icat recommendation are focused on the presence of a new official document. In fact, you have to say that in the previous Icat recommendation 1904 and previously back in the years, the two main documents officially issued by Icat were only the BCD and the ITD. Initially, the BCD was a paper document, so it was filled immediately by the captains by hand. Then, in order to improve the flow of information, Icat decided to improve this system of inserting data. So they decided basically in 2018 to establish an electronic BCD system. In fact, here you can see EBCD, which stands for Electronic Bluefin Tuna Catch Document. We're going to see how this works and how the information are inserted by the operators that can access the informatic platform. Then we have another very important document, especially for you as CPC observers, which is the ITD. So ITD stands for Icat Transfer Declaration, and it is basically a document that is elaborated after a transfer operation. It starts with the first transfer, and then all information on further transfers are going to be inserted in this document. And it is still a paper document. So captains of the catching vessel or the captains of towing vessel are going to compile it by hand. But the addition among these documents are represented by the information that can be recorded on mortality events. In fact, the Icat recommendation 2108 has added an official form to report mortality events and loss of fish. So bluefin tuna, which are declared as loss because they are not justified by mortality events. So we're going to see this document one by one, and we're going to focus especially on the ones that you are going to see compiled on your vessel. So we're going to go briefly on the EBCD just to make sure that you know its importance and how it is going to be filled and what kind of information it contains. And then we're going to focus deeply with some examples on the ITD and the mortality form. So let's start with the BCD. Here you have on your left a paper model of the BCD before the electronic system was inserted. But basically, you have to know that the informatic platform for the electronic BCD allows to print, allows to get a paper version of the electronic documents that you are compiling using the informatic platform. So that's how it's going to look like, basically. You have to know that the BCD, and we're going to see what kind of information will contain, can be structured in different ways, and it is going to depend on the kind of travel, we could say, that a specific catch is going to do. because this document basically has been established to identify the origin of the fish and track all the operations in which every catch has been involved in. So here you're going to see all sections of the BCD. So referring to the kind of operations that are going to be carried out on a specific catch, you're going to see basically some of the sections compiled, and you will see that some of the sections you are not basically, we could say, of your concern, since they will be compiled after the end of your mission. So in section 1, you're going to see the number of the document. So Icat bluefin tuna catch document number. We're going to see how this document number is structured. This is a very important section of the BCD because basically it's like the identification number. Of course, it is unique for every catch, that allows you to track the origin of a specific group of bluefin tuna caught in a specific day by a specific catching vessel. So in terms of traceability of the product, this document is very, very important, even from a commercial point of view. Then we have section 2, catch information. Here you're going to find all information on the catch. So all identification information on the catching unit, which could be a vessel or a trap, for example, or a longliner, for example. And then the date, the area of the catch, and so on. We are going to see it more in detail. Then we have section 3, trade information. You're going to see this section 2 times, section 8 and section 3. That is because during the bluefin tuna fishery chain in this part, you're going to see 2 trade operations. The first, here in this section 3, regards the selling of the fish by the catching operator to the farm of destination. So there's a catching operator which catches the fish from its natural environment and basically sells the fish to a destination farm. Then the destination farm is going to carry out the farming and fattening operations and then the harvestings. So after those operations, the farm operator is going to be the seller that is going to basically sell the fattened fish to a final operator. So here you're going to see the trade information on the selling of bluefin tuna from the catch operator to the farm of destination. Then we have section 4, in which you're going to find transfer information, and in particular, first transfer information. Then we have transshipment information. You've seen that transshipment basically can be done only if the relocation is done into an auxiliary vessel. So that auxiliary vessel can retain that fish on board and can land it to a designated port. So in case this operation is done, all information connected to this kind of operation are going to be inserted in section 5 of the EBCD. From then, you can see here 3 final sections, which basically are going to regard all operations that start after the end of your towing trip. So basically, you are never going to see these sections unless you become a regional observer. In fact, In section 6, you're going to see farming information, and in particular, information on caging operation, which is basically, as we've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, the transfer of live bluefin tuna from the transport cage to the farm cage. In this case, we don't talk about a transfer, but it is basically a caging. So when the receiving cage is a farm cage, you don't call this operation a transfer, but a caging. Then we have section 7, in which you're going to find information on harvest. Basically, harvestings are done in farms in autumn. We could say at the end of September and in October. And all information regarding the fish that is sacrificed to be sold by a final operator are reported in this section. And for both caging and harvesting, a regional observer is going to be present to monitor the operations. And here we have the final section. The other trade information are here inserted. Basically, here we have the trading operation where the seller is the destination farm, so the farm operator, and the buyer is the company that distributes finally the product to consumers. We have to say that, in fact, the fishery supply chain for bluefin tuna is basically more complex than this. In fact, the final operator, which basically owns the factory vessels, is going to sell the fish once again, and then it will be distributed. But we're not going to see this commercial side of the bluefin tuna fishery supply chain. So as you can see, basically the bluefin tuna document embraces the whole travel of bluefin tuna from the catching operation to the trade operations. So you are going to see reported in this document all information on all operations that happen at sea. So here, I'm sorry, you can't, can you hear me, Mr. Laws? Okay, great. So I believe you missed some parts. Okay, we're going to move on, and then if we have time, we can go back there, and I'm going to see them rapidly once again. Okay, you didn't miss much. Don't worry. We are going to see the document step by step now. So here you can see basically the front page of the Icat website to insert information inside the BCD. So this is the platform, the informatic platform for the electronic BCD. Of course, this is not an open access platform. Only operators, CPC competent authorities, and temporarily for cagings and harvestings, regional observers can access. So basically, to access inside this platform, you will need to get specific access credentials. So a username and a password. So basically, the operator, for example, is going to ask for access, registering to the platform. Then the competent authorities are going to transmit the credentials to have access inside the informatic platform. What concerns regional observers, they're going to get temporary access credentials by the operators when they are involved in the monitoring of harvestings and cagings. So those temporary access credentials are going to allow the regional observer to get inside the informatic platform, control and validate the information inserted by the operator, and then he will insert his electronic signature. One of the most important things in this case is that CPC competent authorities are going to access the platform. There's going to be a designated CPC authority representative, and basically the CPC competent authority will need to access the platform every time an operation on a specific catch has been done. So the operator is going to access the platform, insert the information on a specific operation, is going to upload the informations. Those informations are going to be immediately uploaded on the website, in particular on the informatic platform, and then the CPC competent authority will be allowed to see those information, make sure that everything is okay, and then validate them with an electronic signature. If this validation is not done, basically the fishery chain is blocked. No other operation can be done if every operation is not validated by the CPC competent authority in the EBCD. So we're going to take a look to the document, looking at the paper model, and we're going to see some example of BCD already compiled. So the first thing, and maybe the most important thing that you're going to see in a BCD is the document number. So CPCs should develop unique numbering system for BCDs using their Icat country code or ISO code in combination with an 8-digit number, of which 2 digits should indicate the year of catch. So basically, the document number is going to be structured as you can see in the slide in the example. So a 2 letters CPC code, for example, LY, which stands for Libya, then 2 numbers code, which refer to the ongoing fishing campaign year. So for example, in this case, in the year 2022, you're going to see the number 22. And then a unique number sequence, which is basically automatically elaborated by the system when the operator creates a BCD. Is it all clear till now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if I'm going too fast, just interrupt me, don't bother. We're going to see things slowly. Okay?
Sorry, can I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
Are we going to see this kind of documents roughly?
Yes, you're going to see it since the paper version of the document will need to be delivered to you after the transfer, along with the ITD and the memory device containing the video recording. So yes, you're going to see this document, and in particular, the first part of the document. We're going to see which section you're going to see compiled.
No, I mean, are we going to see this kind of documents on the course, how they look?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We cannot hear you now.
Oh, sorry, my microphone was off. So basically, this is the first section in which you're going to see the document number. Here is an example of a document number, but we're going to see an example of a real BCD so that you can see how the document number is elaborated. So let's move to section 2, catch information. In this section, which is applicable to all catches of bluefin tuna, you're going to see basically information on the main catching vessel or trap. Of course, it depends on the catching fishing gear, including the individual quota and the amount of caught fish. So here, as you can see, you're going to see the name of the catching vessel or trap. Of course, the catching vessel could be a purseine vessel or a longliner, as we've seen. Then the flag or CPC of reference, the Icat number, which is a very important information. If the vessel has no Icat number, then it can catch bluefin tuna. Then we have the individual quota that has been given to that specific vessel by the competent authorities, and in particular by the ministry, of course, by the flag CPC and the state member. And then the amount of caught fish. Then here we have in yellow a box in which, if there's a GFO catching for bluefin tuna, and we've seen what a GFO is, you're going to see all the identification information of all fishing vessels, and in particular catching vessels involved in the GFO. The GFO is going to have a specific number of identification. We are going to see it in the ITD. In red here, we have a section dedicated to the catch description. Here you're going to see specifics on the fishing operation itself. So you're going to see the date of the operation, the main area, the fishing gear used. If the catching gear is, for example, a purseine vessel, here you're going to see written purseine or the acronym PS. If it's a longliner, you're going to see longliner or LL. If it's a trap, you're going to see written trap or TR. Then here you can find the number of fish caught, the total weight, and the average weight. You have to think at this moment during the first transfer that since the transfer is recorded by conventional camera, the total weight and average weight is going to be just an estimation. Basically, the operators involved in this kind of operation, like the first transfer, have a great experience, and basically they're going to spot a very good estimation of the average weight and total weight of the fish caught. So when the caging operation is done and they use the stereoscopic camera, which allows to actually measure the fish in length and weight, generally the differences between this estimation right here and the counting and the measurements done during the caging are not that different. Then here is, there's any joint fishing operation, you're going to see the Icat record, so the identification code of the joint fishing operation, and tag numbers. Here we are not talking about scientific tags. Tags here are commercial tags. Basically, they are tags that are put at the tail of the fish, and basically they report all information on the fish. You can see these tags when the fish has been tagged and then it is caught afterwards. Basically is we could say that it's a sort of identification code for traceability. So if it's nothing scientific. Then at the end of this section, we have this green box here, in which you can find the section for government validation. I told you already that without the government validation, this operation is not valid, and that catch, that amount of bluefin tuna caught, cannot undergo other operations. It is going to be frozen, basically. So they can't move on with other operations, just like further transfers and so on. This is a very important section of the document, and you are going to see this section in every part of this document. So for every operation. Here is an example of a BCD in these first two sections. This is the bluefin tuna fishing campaign of 2018. As you can see here from the document number, LY, so we have the CPC code, Libya, then the year, 18, and then this 6 numbers sequence, which is elaborated automatically. Then here you can find that there was actually a GFO happening here. So of course, here you can see the number, the Icat number of the GFO, and the box in red. All individual quotas and catch, the main areas, the date, and of course, all information on the catch, so the number of fish and so on. So here we go to section 3, trade information. As I told you before, this section regards the trading information on the operation that happens between the catch operator and the destination farm. So basically here in the first part of the section, you're going to find information on the product. So a description, we could say. Live weight, here is going to be an estimation. Then number of fish caught and the area in which the fish has been caught. Then we have information on the seller, that in this case is the catch operator. Then, of course, transportation descriptions, that depends on the kind of operation we're dealing with. And then information on the buyer, which is basically the destination farm. So let's see an example of the BCD in section 3. So here you can find the live weight, the number of fish caught, the area in which it has been caught, then information on the seller. This is the operator, which is selling the fish to the farm of destination. For example, Fish and Fish Ltd. And then here in green, you can see the information on the company which is buying the fish, which is the destination farm, Fish and Fish Ltd. So let's move on to section 4, transfer information. This is maybe the most interesting for you, because basically the section is applicable, of course, only to live bluefin tuna, which are transferred from the fishing net or the trap to the transport cage. So, of course, here you're going to see information on the towing vessel. So the Icat number, the Icat transfer declaration of reference, the ITD number. So you can see here that the two documents are going to be strictly connected, and the information reported in both the BCD and the ITD will need to be consistent. Then you can see here the name of the towing vessel, the flag, the Icat number. Here is going to be reported the mortality event, so the number of fish dead during the transfer, and the total weight of that fish. That depends. Generally, it is, again, an estimation. And then you can see here in green information on the transport cage in which the fish has been transferred. So here you're going to see the cage number. Here you can see an example of the section 4 or of an actual BCD. So here you can see the ITD number, the name of the towing vessel, the flag. So here, member state Italy. So EU, Italy. EU is the CPC. Italy is the state member. Then the Icat record number. And then the number of fish which died during the operation. Here, no fish died during the transfer, so the number reported is going to be 0. So they need to report the mortality event even when no bluefin tuna dies, in this case in particular. And then here you can see the cage number, which is EU MLT 015 FF. We are going to see it more in detail right now. So you're going to see the cages, and basically on each cage there's going to be an ID plate. It is basically like the plates you can see in cars. And the identification code of the cage is going to be structured as you can see here in the slide. We have the CPC code. So for example, for the European Union, you're going to see EU. Then a 3 letters member state code, so the country. In case of Malta, you're going to see MLT. Then we have the proper cage number, which is basically 3 letters code, 3 numbers code, sorry, 015, for example. And then at the end, we have a 2 letters code referring to the farm that owns the transport cage. And we're going to see that at the beginning of your mission, the first thing that is going to happen is basically the delivery of the transport cage from the destination farm to your towing vessel. So cage numbers shall be issued with a unique numbering system that includes at least the 3 letters Cpc code followed by 3 numbers. Of course, here is the example of an ID plate that you're going to see very frequently, since it is a very important information that will need to be reported on the documents, because that identification code basically allows you to track the fish from the catching point to the destination farm. So here we have section 6 and 7. As I was saying before, you're not going to see the sections compiled since you're going to end your mission before all farming operations are going to be carried out. So during the operation described here in this part of the document, the observer that is going to be present is the regional observer, otherwise called Icat observer. So basically, as you can see here, after the end of the towing trip, the cage is going to be delivered to a support vessel, which is going to transport the transport cage to the farm. The first thing that is going to happen is the relocation of the live bluefin tuna from the transport cage to a farm cage. That operation is called caging. Just a moment, because I'm hearing some noise. Okay, here we go. So, as you can see here, you're going to see reported in this part of the document all information on the destination farm. So the name, the CPC, the Icat number, and so on. But what is very interesting here is that you're going to see information on the caging operation. As we've seen with Jean-Pierre Sylvain, the monitoring of caging operation is done by the regional observer. So what happens? That during these operations, the regional observer assigned to monitor cagings is going to get temporary access credentials. So during the caging operation, the farm operator is going to access the platform, is going to insert all the data regarding the farm and the cage operation. At the end, the regional observer is going to access the platform, is going to evaluate the information updated by the farm operator, is going to confirm the consistency of the information reported, and then is going to put an electronic signature. Of course, after the regional observer uploads these informations, the competent authority assigned for the evaluation of those information on the caging operation is going to validate once again the information reported, and if everything is all right, then is going to put an electronic signature so that the operations that needs to be done after the caging can be carried out. Otherwise, if the competent authority doesn't validate information on caging because something is wrong, then the harvest can't be done. Okay, is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So after the validation of this part of the document, in autumn, the fish is going to be killed, sacrificed inside the farm cage. After the sacrifice of the fish, it will be basically transported on the factory vessels, sorry. Basically, they are going to process the fish and save it inside freezing cells appropriately. So what happens? The farm operator is going to report all information on harvestings, so the date of the operation, the number of fish harvested, the weight, because the fish, once it's killed and relocated on the vessel which is going to process the fish, before the processing is going to be weighted with specific scales. So the weight is going to be recorded, and at the end of the harvest operation, the farm operator is going to have a total exact weight number of fish which has been killed during that harvesting operation. So once again, a regional observer is going to be present during these operations and is going to track the number of fish harvested and the weight of some of them. So is going to get temporarily access credentials. After the operator insert information on the harvestings, the regional observer is going to access the platform, is going to evaluate the information inserted by the farm operator, and then is going to put his identification information like name, title, and then his electronic signature. Once again, in order to allow the actual trading operation after the harvest, the competent authority will need to evaluate these informations with an electronic signature. And then the final operation, the final trading operation, can actually be concluded. So here you can see section 8 on trade information, in which basically you're going to see reported information on the seller, which is going to be the farm operator, and the buyer, which is the company owning the processing vessel, generally, that will export the fish product. Okay, with this, we concluded with the BCD. I would like to ask you if you have some questions or doubts, so that maybe we can move on to transfers. Okay, I hope it was all clear. Of course, if you think about it later, because you're just processing the information, then you can write them down and ask tomorrow. I am going to be here for the whole training session, okay?
Okay, sorry, I have a little problem on my PC. I need to restart it. So I will just like 2 minutes.
Maybe we stop for 2 minutes. Okay, let's move on to transfer operations. I believe our participant is going to join us very soon. So, yesterday, we've seen transfer operations and the definition of transfers. We've seen that there are several kinds of transfers. So, basically, the most important thing to focus on when you talk about transfers is that when you use that word, you're referring to live bluefin tuna. Otherwise, you use other kind of nouns. For example, transshipment. Transshipment is specifically referring to dead bluefin tuna. So when you talk about transfers, you know that basically is the relocation of live bluefin tuna from, for example, a catching gear to a transport cage, or between transport cages. So the transfer operations that can be done, we're going to see them very rapidly here because we've been talked about it already. Transfers of live bluefin tuna from the catching vessel's net to the transport cage. So here we're referring to a purser, for example, or from the trap to the transport cage, independent of the presence of a towing vessel. I highlighted these two definitions in light blue because these two basically are classified as fast transfer operations. So the fast transfer is basically a transfer of live bluefin tuna from the catching gear to a transport cage. Further transfers instead are transfers from a transport cage. So the first transfer, the donor is a catching gear, a fishing net or a trap. In further transfers, the first transfer has already been done. So we are practically moving on to further operations. So the fish is already inside a transport cage, and that is the donor of the operation. So transfer of live bluefin tuna from the transport cage to another transport cage, and of the whole cage from a towing vessel to another. That is not exactly a transfer. We've seen already this concept with Jean-Pierre Silva. Basically, here you're not relocating the bluefin tuna from one area to another, but basically the whole cage with its content is transferred to a towing vessel to another. So here you can see the difference. The two definitions here, from the catching gears to the transport cage, refer to a first transfer. So the relocation, the transfer of live bluefin tuna from a transport cage instead is classified as further transfer. Is that all right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Right. So let's see, just to clarify these operations with you, some schematic representations. So the first transfers are the ones starting with a catching gear. So here we have a first-time vessel with a fishing net. This in red is the door of the fishing net, which is of course attached to the transport cage. Here we have just a representation to make you see how the diver is going to record the whole operation, but in the reality, the fishing net is totally attached to the transport cage, and the two doors are basically exactly attached in order to allow the fish to flow from the fishing net to the transport cage. How? Basically, the operator...
They use a tunnel, right? From a gauge to another. They use a tunnel
No.
because I used to do it. Yes, they use a tunnel.
It's not exactly a tunnel because they attach these two instruments, we could say, and basically there's going to be an opening here, and the fish is going to flow from the fishing net to the transport cage. Okay.
Yes, but we usually use a tunnel, a small net. We make it around so we can connect to each other, and then we make the transfer. It's like a tunnel.
No, it's not exactly like that, because there's no other net between the fishing net and the transport cage. You're going to see that they are basically going to be attached. Maybe I have maybe have a photo. I probably have a photo of it so that I can let you see it, but I have to take a look to the photos of the operations that I have, that I actually took as a national observer, so that I can explain that even better. So basically, the operators reduce the space inside the cage using balloons. So they're going to attach the bottom of the fishing net to these balloons that are going to make sure that the net goes on surface of the water. So as long as the space is reduced inside the fishing net, the fish is going to find some space in which they can go. And there is when and where they're going to find this opening. So they are going to flow inside the transport cage. In the case of the trap, we have another kind of fast transfer, but basically is the transfer of live bluefin tuna from the catching gear to the transport cage. Here, once again, the cage is basically attached directly to the death chamber of the trap. Of course, this tunnel, here we have a tunnel that you can see is composed by rooms, chambers. All these chambers are divided by doors. So basically, in order to collect all the fish inside the death chamber, the operators are going to close the door that separates the death chamber from this chamber here that is called Camera di Ponente. Of course, the traps I'm describing are the ones that you can find in Italy. So they collect the fish inside this final chamber. With the same system, they reduce the space inside this chamber, and the fish trying to find a place in which it can swim basically automatically flows inside the transport cage. At the end of the operation, the operators are going to close the door of the cage. So the fish is going to be trapped inside the transport cage. Here we can see the several kinds of further transfers that can actually happen. This representation here is more close to reality. So here you can see that the two transport cages are attached and the doors are exactly attached to one another. So in the case of the transfer of bluefin tuna from one transport cage to another, we have a donor towing vessel with a donor transport cage. And with the same system, reducing the space inside the donor transport cage, the fish is transferred into the receiving transport cage, which is towed by the receiving towing vessel. In case of the relocation of the whole cage, basically the donor towing vessel is going to deliver the cage with its wire to the receiving towing vessel. Then we have two very particular kinds of further transfers, which are called split cages operations and merge or merging of cages. In the first case, you have the partial transfer of live bluefin tuna from a donor cage to one of more receiving transport cages. So I have a donor cage with a huge amount of bluefin tuna. And that huge amount of bluefin tuna is prohibiting the vessel to continue its navigation because the weight is too much. So they could decide in that case to transfer just a part of live bluefin tuna from the donor transport cage to another transport cage. Of course, if the amount of bluefin tuna is too high, they could actually decide to split in more than one cage. So from the donor cage, part of the fish is going to be transferred to cage A and part to cage B. The important thing to know is that during this operation, inside the donor cage, an amount of bluefin tuna is going to remain. So at the end of the operation, we're going to have a free transport cage in this particular case with bluefin tuna inside. In the case of merging, we have, for example, the opposite situation in which the donor cage has too few specimens inside, and the vessel and the transport cage is required somewhere else. So at that point, they decide to transfer the bluefin tuna inside another transport cage which has already bluefin tuna inside it. So basically they merge in one cage the content of two cages. Is it clear? In this case, at the end of the yes.
Ornella, sorry if I can speak. For my experience, the door in the normal fish farm is one big zip in the net for the other observation. Have one big zip open and close for the problem when have the transfer is a good position for the two net for position of the zip.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay. So is it clear the split operation and the merging operation? So at the end of the split cages operation, all the transport cages involved are going to have some bluefin tuna inside, while in the merging, at the end of the operation, the donor cage is going to be empty. Other kind of transfer operation can happen in farms. So basically, in recommendation 2108, the transfers that can be done are multiple. They could decide to transfer the fish from one cage to another inside the same farm, or they could decide to transfer the fish from a farm cage to a farm cage of another farm. So in the first case, we have an intra-farm transfer, which means any transfer of live bluefin tuna between different cages in the same farm. In the other case, we have an inter-farm transfer, means the relocation of live bluefin tuna from one farm to another farm, composed of two phases. At the beginning, we have a transfer of live bluefin tuna from the farm cage to a transport cage. And of course, that transfer will need to be authorized. Then the fish inside the transport cage is towed and transported by a towing vessel to the other farm, which is receiving the fish. When the fish is going to arrive to the receiving farm, there's going to be a caging operation. So from the transport cage, the fish is going to be transferred inside a farm cage. So today we've seen the procedure that will need to be done in order to allow a transfer operation. So we've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva that the operator that is willing to start a transfer operation before during the operation itself will need to send to the competent authorities a prior transfer notification. So before the start of the operation, because the prior transfer notification will need to be evaluated by the competent authorities, and then a specific authorization number is going to be issued. So the information inside the prior transfer notification, we've seen it already. So the number and estimated weight of bluefin tuna to be transferred, name of the catching vessel, of the towing vessel, farm or trap with the respective Icat numbers, the date and the location of the catch, the estimated time of transfer, the estimated position, and so on. So the operator is going to elaborate this document with all this information according to Icat recommendation, and is going to send the PTN to competent authorities. So then the competent authorities are going to evaluate all the information sent by the operator, and then they will eventually transmit an authorization number. How is the authorization number structured? We're going to have a 3-letter CPC code for example, LBY, which stands for Libya, then we have 4 numbers showing the year, for example, in this case, 2022, then a 3 letters code. If the authorization is positive, and that means that the transfer operation can be done, it is allowed, this part of the authorization code is going to report the 3-letter indicating the positive authorization, AUT. Otherwise, if the competent authorities find that there's something wrong in the information reported by the operator, or there's something wrong in the operator involved in the bluefin tuna phishing campaign, in all the cases that we've seen with our lecturer Jean-Pierre Silva, then in that case, this part of the authorization code is going to report NEG. Then at the end, we have a sequential number of 3 numbers that is going to represent the authorization number itself. So we've seen this morning how the refusal, the transfer operation is dealt with by the competent authorities. So basically, there are several causes, several reasons for competent authorities to prohibit the transfer operation. For example, the operator does not have an authorization, a valid authorization to fish for bluefin tuna, or the number and weight of bluefin tuna has not been duly reported, or the vessel does not have a functioning UMS, or it is not properly registered to the Icat list for vessel. In that case, the authorization code is going to be, like you can see here in the example, LBY 2022 NEG 160. So what happens in this case? We've already seen this annex with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, so we're going to see it very rapidly. Basically, the competent authorities are going to issue a release order. That release order will have the aim to free all the fish in its natural environment. Here we can see the Icat release report and all the information that can be inserted in this document, which basically establishes the order to release all the fish into the sea. Here you can see the catching or caging details of the release operation. So for example, the kind of release that we are carrying on. And of course, all the informations on the fish. So the weight of BFT released, which is going to be basically an estimation in the case of a transfer at sea. In case of the release from a caging, otherwise, the weight is going to be a measured one using the stereoscopic camera. And then, of course, all identification informations of the operator in which the operation of releasing is going to be done. We've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva too that basically the release operation in case of a caging, so in a farm, will need to be carried out in 2 steps. So the fish is at first transferred from the caging, from the cage of the farm to a transport cage. Then the towing vessel or the support vessel is basically going to bring the transport cage and the fish inside in a spot in which the fish can easily rejoin the stock. So at that point, if the release is done from the catching gear, here you can see that the transfer cannot be done and the free is released from the fishing net. The same happens in case the release is done in a trap. If the fish can't be transferred from the trap to the transport cage, and the Cpc Competent Authority issues a release order, basically the release operation is going to be done depending on the location of the trap. And the main difference in this case is that if the release is done from an operation of caging which has been done, then the monitoring of the operation will need to be done by the regional observer. The same happens if the release is done from the catching vessel. If the release is done in a trap, instead, the monitoring of the release operation will need to be done by the national observer. So here we have a summary of what happens when the operator transmits the PTN. Competent authority evaluate the PTN and decide if they can allow the transfer operation. So they release an authorization code. When the operator receives the authorization code, if it is positive, they can carry out the transfer operation. And after the transfer operation, after the evaluation of the video, they can elaborate the Icat transfer declaration. So now we're going to focus deeply on the ITD. We're going to see how this document will need to be compiled. And so in order to make sure that you all know how to read it, and of course, one of the most important things that you have to know is that you are not required to compile the document. It is going to be the captain of your towing vessel. So basically, the ITD has been adjusted and modified if compared with the previous one in recommendation 1904. With recommendation 2108, the Icat transfer declaration has been restructured in a different way. So basically, in the previous ITD, there was a section dedicated to split cages operations. Now that section has been erased. And so the information on the split cages operation and merging operations are reported in section 3, further transfers. So basically the document is structured in three main sections. In the first part, you're going to see the document number. Then you're going to see information on the catching operation and the first transfer. And of course, then you're going to see a section dedicated to further transfers. So we have already seen this part today with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva. So we are going to get very rapidly on this part, and we're going just to see the examples and how the ITD will need to be compiled. So let's start with the ITD number. The ITD number is structured as you can see here in this slide. Basically, you're going to see a 3-letter CPC code, or in the case of the CPC European Union, you're going to see the member state code. For example, Malta, you're going to see MLT. Then we have the 4 numbers showing the year. In this case, of course, you're going to see 2022. And a 3 sequential number, 145, for example. At the end, you're going to see the 3 letters code, which basically show you the kind of document you are looking at, ITD. In the first section, as we've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, here we have a section in which identification information on the catching gear are reported. In particular here, you can read fishing vessel name, which is too general. So it would have been better if they wrote catching vessel name, but of course here you're going to see the information on the pursign vessel basically. So you're going to see the name of the pursign vessel, call sign, flag, the Icat number, which is very important, and other important information here to pay attention to are the transfer authorization number. So the captain of the pursign vessel is going to transmit a PDN and is going to get an authorization number. So that code is going to be written right here next to the heading transfer authorization number. Then we have the number of the phishing logbook. If we are talking about a paper logbook, every page is numbered. So you're going to report the number of the paper phishing logbook reporting information on this operation of transfer. And then if there's a GFO involved, you're going to see here the number of the GFO, as we've seen in the BCD. And then the number of the BCD. So we've seen that in the BCD, there's a specific section in which you can find the ITD code number. And on the ITD, you can find the EBCD number. So you can see here how the two documents are strictly connected. In case the catch is done by a trap, this section is not going to be compiled. Of course, in particular, you're just going to see the transfer authorization number and the EBCD number, for they didn't dedicate a specific section related to the trap operation to report this very important information. So then you're going to see here the trap name and its Icat number. Then here we have an addition to this new ITD, reporting donor farm name. This section indeed refers to a very specific operation, which refers to a transfer between two different farms. So if there's an inter-farm transfer, basically you're going to see the information on the catch here and information on the donor farm name, because this document will need to be delivered to the receiving farm, because the ITD will always accompany the fish, always, in its original copy. So here, as we've seen this morning, we have the section in which all the information on the towing vessels involved in the first transfer are going to be inserted. So if the catch is composed by a lot of specimens of bluefin tuna, the catching operator could decide to transfer the fish in multiple cages. So multiple towing vessels are going to be involved too. And here are the sections in which you can report all identification information on all the towing vessels involved in this first transfer. At the end, on the right, here we can see the information on the destination farm. Since the catch could be very high in quantity, basically the operator could destine some of the fish to a destination farm and another part to another farm. So in that case, you're going to see here specified all the destination farm which are going to receive the fish of this specific catch. In section 2, you can see all information specifically referring to the first transfer. So, as we've seen already, date, place and position, latitude and longitude. Here, all information on the evaluation of the bluefin tuna transferred from the net to the transport cage. And of course, if the catch is transferred in more than one cage, you're going to see that, let's go here. Where is it? Okay, I can't find it. Basically, you're going to see the information of the transfer operation done on the first towing vessel in the first box right here. The information of the fish transferred in the second towing vessel in the box in the middle. So as we've seen, the number of the bluefin tuna transferred is going to be reported right in this box. We're going to see one by one the cases in which the first transfer gives a good video record and the evaluation can be done, and the cases in which the first transfer is not successful. But let's assume that the first transfer is successful. We have a good video recording. The regional observer and the catch operator can evaluate the video, can count the bluefin tuna. In that case, a final number is going to be reported right here next to the heading first transfer. We're going to explore the other cases later. So as you can see here, there's a section dedicated to the confirmation by all the masters involved in the operation of their presence, of their involvement. So basically, in this first box, you're going to see the name and signature of the master of the catching operator, of the catching gear. So for example, if there's the master of a purse sign, you're going to see here its name and signature. If the catching is done by the trap, then you're going to see here the name and signature of the trap operator. Next, we have a section dedicated to the signatures of the master of the towing vessels involved in the first transfer. And here in pink, you can see the sections that can be actually compiled by the regional observer that is going to be on board the catching vessel or monitoring the trap operator operations, sorry. So here you can see the name, Icat number, and signature of the Icat regional observer. So you're not going to compile the document in any section. The only observer that is going to compile the ITD is the regional observer. Then the regional observer is going to report its own estimation of the counting of bluefin tuna transferred from the fishing net or the trap to the transport cage. In case of stealing operation, which as we've seen happens when the operator asks for a control transfer, and in particular the cage is separated from the catching gear, the regional observer, which is provided with the seals, is going to report the identification codes of the seals used for the sealing operation. So here is an example of the ITD compiled after a first transfer. In yellow, you can see all the sections that are going to be compiled by the captain of the catching vessel or the catching gear in general. So if the catching gear is a purse seine vessel, then you're going to see the ITD compiled as in this slide. You're going to see the name of the catching vessel, call sign, flag. Then, of course, you're going to see the transfer authorization number, the fishing logbook number, and the BCD number connected to this ITD. Of course, if the catch is done by the trap, you're going to see this box compiled by the trap operator. Then, of course, we are assuming here that the whole catch is going to be delivered to just one farm. So here you're going to see the identification data on the destination farm. So the name and the Icat number. Then the captain of the catching vessel is going to compile section 2, first transfer information, with the date, place and position of the catching operation, latitude and longitude, and then if the first transfer gives us a successful, and gives a high quality video recording, the catching operator is going to evaluate the video, and the regional observer too. So they're going to give an estimation of the number of bluefin tuna transferred from the net to the transport cage. And they're going to report the evaluated numbers on the ITD. If there's a mortality event during the first transfer, basically, they're going to report it right here under the heading BFT dead during the transfer. Then the captain of the catching vessel is going to report its name and signature. And the regional observer is going to report his name, signature, the Icat number of his badge. It's going to confirm his presence during the operation, and it's going to report his own evaluation. So what happens? Of course, you can see here that the two evaluations are different. We're going to see what happens right away. But first, let's see the sections that the captain of the towing vessel will need, the receiving towing vessel in the first transfer will need to compile. So the first box right here in section 1 is going to report all the identification data on the towing vessel. So the captain is going to report all information on his own vessel. And one of the most important information that is going to report here is the cage number. So the identification code of the cage in which the live bluefin tuna is transferred from the catching net. Then here he is going to report his name and signature in section 2. So we were talking about the discrepancy between the evaluations of the regional observer and the captain of the catching vessel. When the two operators make their own evaluation, they are going to confront about this number. So for the number evaluated by the captain of the catching vessel to be accepted and reported on the ITD, it is important that the discrepancy between the two numbers is not over the 10%. So they are basically going to apply this very simple formula in which we have the captain's evaluation minus the regional observer's evaluation divided the captain's evaluation 100. Applying this formula, we're going to have a percentage of discrepancy. If this percentage is over the 10%, then there's a problem and the evaluation can't be accepted. In that case, they could decide, for example, to repeat the transfer with a voluntary transfer. So the operator, the catching operator, could decide, for example, to ask for a voluntary transfer, sorry. So let's see what happens exactly. Here we have the number proposed by the captain of the catching vessel. And here the number proposed by the regional observer. Applying this very simple formula, you can see here, for example, in this case, that the percentage of discrepancy found is much less than the 10%. So basically, 176, the evaluation of the captain, can be accepted and reported on the ITD. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
clear.
great. Perfect. So we've seen the voluntary transfer with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva. Basically, you have to know that, in fact, if the video is not of sufficient quality and they cannot count the fish, they could decide to repeat the transfer. So the operator could repeat the transfer using a receiving transport cage, which of course must be empty. At the end of the voluntary transfer, if the video still can't be evaluated, actually, with recommendation 2108, the operator can decide to repeat once again the transfer using another transport cage, which of course, once again, will be empty. In the previous recommendation, the operator could ask for just one voluntary transfer. So after that one voluntary transfer, if that was not successful, they had absolutely to ask for a control transfer that needs to be ordered by the competent authority. Now, they can actually repeat the transfer since they don't get a video of enough quality, and they can establish the number of bluefin tuna. There are very specific cases that we've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva, in which if after the voluntary transfer or transfers, the quality of the video still does not allow the termination of the number of individuals being transferred, the Cpc Competent Authority of the donor operator may allow the separation of the donor porcine vessel. Why should they do that? It could happen that this operation is taking too much time, and maybe the catching vessel is required somewhere else to carry out a new catching operation. So in that case, they could decide to free the catching vessel, and basically detach the transport cage with the bluefin tuna inside it, even if the evaluation has not been carried out still, because the video is of insufficient quality, for example. In that case, the operator, in order to be allowed to carry out another catching operation somewhere else, will ask to the competent authority to do a control transfer. So what happens? The cage, waiting for the competent authorities to arrive and start the control transfer, will be sealed. So the regional observer is going to get the seals, as we've seen this morning. So they're going to seal the door of the cage. The cage is separated from the catching vessel, and the operators remain in the spot and going to wait for the competent authority. So at his arrival, the competent authority is going to evaluate if the seals has been put it in the door of the transport cage appropriately. And then they're going to start the control transfer using an empty cage, of course. So in the first part of the control transfer in the video recording, in that specific case, the first thing that you're going to see is the unsealing operation. So the removal of the seals, in order to free the door and allow the control transfer. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's move on very quickly because we are running out of time. Here is the ITD and how it is going to look like in case the first transfer is not successful. So basically, if the first transfer doesn't give you the opportunity, doesn't give the operator and the regional observer the opportunity to count the bluefin tuna transferred, next to the heading first transfer, you're going to see NA because the number is not being evaluated. So the operator at that point will decide to repeat the transfer. If the voluntary transfer, which is going to be repeated until they don't get a proper evaluation of the transfer, of course, evaluating the video recording. If at the end, repeating the transfer, we get a proper estimation, you're going to see the number and an estimation of the total weight next to the heading voluntary transfer. What happens if, as in the case that we've seen, the catching vessel is required somewhere else? At that point, they decide to ask for a control transfer. The transport cage is separated from the catching vessel, and of course, the control transfer is going to be done after the unsealing operation. So, waiting for the competent authorities to arrive before the separation of the transport cage from the catching vessel, the sealing operation is going to be done in order to avoid manipulation of the bluefin tuna inside the transport cage. And at the arrival of the competent authorities, the seals are going to be removed. One of the most important things here is that first, you're going to see next to the headings first transfer and voluntary transfers, this reported NA, and the number of fish transferred and the estimation of weight is going to be reported next to the heading control transfer. The second very important thing is that, as we've seen this morning, in case of voluntary transfer and control transfer, the authorization number is going to remain the same. So they're not going to elaborate a new authorization number, and the operator is not going to elaborate a new PTN. So basically, the prior transfer notification and the authorization that is issued after the evaluation of the PTN are going to remain the same in case the the first transfer needs to be repeated. Of course, in this particular case, if there's a control transfer and the transport cage is separated from the catching vessel, here in the section compiled by the regional observer, you're going to see even the identification codes of the seals which have been inserted during the sealing operation. So we've seen already what is a further transfer. And one of the most important things as national observer is that you have to keep in mind that during further transfer, the responsibility for the completion of the ITD is basically on the donor operator, and so on the donor towing vessel. And of course, the evaluation of the video of the transfer operation will need to be done by the national observer on the donor towing vessel. So here in section 3, we are going to see all information on further transfers. Date and position, the authorization number released, the name and signatures of the masters of the donor and receiving towing vessel, and the information on the towing vessels involved in the transfer operation. So let's see how the document is going to be compiled in all kinds of further transfers. If we have a transfer of live bluefin tuna from a transport cage to another, we're going to see, of course, the date. The ITD number is going to be reported once again right here. Then, of course, the area, latitude and longitude, the information of the two vessels involved, transfer authorization number, here the cage of the receiving towing vessel, so the receiving transport cage. Then here we're going to find an evaluation of the bluefin tuna transferred. This counting, this evaluation, is going to be done by the CPC observer on board the donor towing vessel. So basically, the CPC on board the towing vessel Mania is going to evaluate the video recorded during the transfer of live bluefin tuna from cage 000, you can see that here, to 013. Is going to be reported right here. So here we have the number of estimation, and if there's any mortality event during this operation, the number of BFT died during the transfer is going to be reported right here. So let's see how the document will look like at the end of a further transfer of this kind. Basically, you're going to see the two vessels involved in the operation and the donor cage, which is reported right here in section 1, which was the transport cage towed by towing vessel Mania, and the receiving cage number. So reading this document, we can see that the fish has been caught by the catching vessel Sirene, that then has been transferred to the transport cage 000 towed by the towing vessel Mania, and then it has been transferred from cage 000 towed by the towing vessel Mania to the transport cage 013 towed by the towing vessel Giulia. So here, the CPC observer of the towing vessel Mania is going to report the number that comes from his evaluation of the video recording of the transfer. He's going to apply this very simple formula to make sure that the discrepancy between the number reported in section 2 of the first transfer, so 576, and his own number has not a discrepancy that is over the 10%. So applying this very, very simple formula, in this example, you can see that the evaluation of the CPC observer is 579, and the official number reported in the ITD in the first transfer is 576. And here you can see that the discrepancy is way under the 10%. So the number is accepted. It can be reported on the ITD. Is it clear?
Yes.
Great. So let's see what happens if the whole cage is transferred from a towing vessel to another. In this case, of course, you are going to see that the ITD at the end basically is going to report the same transport cage number both in section 1 and section 3. That is because it is the whole cage with its content that is transferred from a towing vessel to another. So in particular, in this case, there's no actual transfer. So there's no video recording. And so the CPC observer of the donor towing vessel will not need to evaluate any video. And the number reported in section 3 is going to basically be reported as it is in section 2, right here next to the heading, number of individuals and estimated weight. So let's see what happens in case of split cages operations and merging operations. Basically here, as we've seen, we have a partial transfer of live bluefin tuna from a donor transport cage to one or more cages. So basically what happens, we're going to see here in the document the information of the two towing vessels involved, if of course the transfer is done with just one cage. So we have the donor cage and cage A. A partial amount of bluefin tuna is transferred to cage A. In particular, I believe here there's, yes, in fact, here is a mistake. This should be 013. So let's take a look to this slide. Here is the document after the split cages operation. So how you can tell that this is a split cages operation and not a transfer from one cage to another? Here is the answer. Basically, you're going to find the number of the donor transport cage here in section 1, which is cage 000. So to figure out that from cage 000, just a part of bluefin tuna has been transferred to cage 013, you just have to take a look to the number of the estimation made by the observer. So here, the total amount of fish inside cage 000 was 576. The estimation of the national observer is 300. So basically, in the previous ITD, the section dedicated to the split cages operation allowed to see even the amount of bluefin tuna remaining in the donor transport cage. Since they erased that section, this ITD, the structure of ITD, doesn't allow us to see how many specimen of bluefin tuna remained in the donor transport cage. But of course, this can be calculated. In fact, if you take a look to section 2, you can find the total amount of fish which was inside the donor transport cage. Then the split cages operation happens, and part of this content is transferred to cage 013. The video recording is done. The CPC observer on board the donor towing vessel gives his estimation of the number of bluefin tuna transferred, which is 300. So let's suppose that during the split cages operation, 2 bluefin tuna die. So basically, to evaluate how many bluefin tuna remained in the donor transport cage, you just have to take the original number and apply this very simple formula. So 576 minus 300 bluefin tuna transferred in cage 013 minus 2 bluefin tuna which died during the operation. And then you have the final number of bluefin tuna which remained in the donor transport cage. In the opposite case of a merge operation, what happens? Here we have that the receiving cage, for example, is cage 000. So let's suppose that the transport cage towed by the towing vessel Julia contains very few specimen of bluefin tuna. So the towing vessel and the cage is required somewhere else. So they basically decide to merge the content of 2 cages in one. So since the transport cage of the towing vessel Julia contains very few specimen, they decide to transfer that amount inside of cage 000 towed by Magemania. So basically, what happens is that the total amount of bluefin tuna inside the transport cage of the towing vessel Julia is relocated inside the transport cage 000. So basically, at this point, to know exactly the amount of bluefin tuna inside cage 000 at the end of the merging, you just have to apply another very simple formula. The original number, which was 576 in section 2 right here, plus the number of bluefin tuna transferred from the towing vessel Julia to Magemania. Of course, the CPC observer, in this case, on board the towing vessel Julia, is going to count the number of bluefin tuna transferred, and then that number is going to be added to the original amount of bluefin tuna inside the receiving cage. And then we can tell at the end that in cage 000, we're going to have a total amount of 972 specimen of bluefin tuna. Of course, you will need to consider the mortality events too. So I think that we're going to continue for 10 minutes more, or 15 minutes more, and then we are going to finish. One of the most important thing about the ITD is that the original copy of the ITD will always travel with the fish. A copy of the ITD shall always remain on the catching vessel. A copy of the video recording inside a memory device containing the transfer operation video recording is delivered immediately to the national observer along with the connected ITD and BCD. And all details of the transfer operation shall be reported on the vessel logbook. In case of split cages operations, it is difficult to tell how the document will need to be delivered. That is because in Recommendation 1904, the paper model of the ITD was structured in 2 pages. Section 4, regarding split cages operation, were placed in the 2nd page. So basically, they divided the document as you can see here. The whole original ITD document remained to the master of the donor vessel. And the 2nd page, reporting exclusively the information on the split cages operation, were delivered in original copy both to the donor and to the receiver. With this new version of the document, which is structured in 3 pages, it is not that clear how the document is going to be splitted. We can tell for sure that the whole document in original copy will remain to the donor vessel, which has the responsibility of the operation. While to the master of the receiving towing vessel will be given a copy of the 1st page and an original copy of the section reporting the split. So an original copy of the page that report the section 3. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So let's move very quickly to the mortality events. We are concluding this training session. We've seen with Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva that all mortality events will need to be recorded. We've seen annex specifically dedicated to the treatment of dead and lost fish. So let's move directly to the document and let's see how it is going to be compiled. So let's suppose that we have a first transfer operation. So the fish is transferred from the catching gear to the transport cage. In this case, we have a transport cage towed by the towing vessel Aliseo. In fact, in the first part of the document, you're going to see the towing vessel and the specifics of the vessel in which the mortality events are reported. So the number of the cage is, for example, 002. It is right here. In fact, all the information regarding the towing vessel involved in here and that will report the mortality events are reported in this first section, which you're going to see the name, the Icat number and flag, the ITD number. In fact, the mortality form and the ITD will always accompany the fish in original copy together. Then we have the cage number, for example, 002, and the name of the captain of the towing vessel, Aliseo. Here, you're going to find information on the catching vessel or trap. So the name, the Icat number, and the GFO number, if there's any, the BCD number. So you can see that this form is strictly connected to both the ITD and the BCD. While this towing vessel is operating the transport of the transport cage, divers are going to come every 2 or 3 days for cage checks. During the cage checks, professional divers sent by the destination farm are going to check the content of the cage to see if there's any mortality event or any damage to the transport cage. During these cage checks, so they could find that bluefin tuna. In that case, the professional divers are going to transmit the information about the dead bluefin tuna to the captain of the towing vessel, which is towing the cage checked. So the captain of the towing vessel is going to report the date in which the dead tuna has been found and is going to confirm that mortality event with a signature. Since the mortality events are going to happen frequently or anyway several times during the navigation, several mortality events will be recorded. So if during the transport of the cage, at some point there's the need to carry out a further transfer, let's see what happens. Before the transfer, or better, after the transfer operation, the captain of the towing vessel, Aliseo, is going to report all mortality events and get a total number of dead bluefin tuna, while that cage was towed by it, of course. So if there's a mortality event during the further transfer too, the captain of the towing vessel Aliseo is going to be the donor. So the responsibility lies on him to report the mortality event during the transfer. So he's going to report the date of the further transfer, the number of bluefin tuna which died, is going to put a signature, and before delivering the document to the receiving towing vessel, he is going to report the total number of bluefin tuna recorded dead. Once the document is delivered to the captain of the receiving towing vessel, the captain is going to compile a new form for mortality events. So he's going to compile it with his own identification information, the number of the transport cage which received the fish, and then he's going to report information on the previous towing vessels, which are going to be taken from the form, the mortality form delivered by the towing vessel Aliseo. Then, during the transport of the cage, in the same way, the captain of the towing vessel Julia is going to report all mortality events. So if there's another transfer, further transfer, for example, we've seen in this case a transfer of bluefin tuna from one cage to another. In fact, the fish was initially in cage 002 and has been transferred to cage 028. What if the towing vessel Julia delivers cage 028 to another towing vessel? In that case, let's see. The receiving towing vessel is going to receive both the first document of the towing vessel Aliseo and the second document of the towing vessel Julia. So basically, is going to be able to tell how many bluefin tuna died according to that specific catch. And the catch reference is exactly the EBCD code, which is reported right here. So until the transfer of the cage, a total amount of 10 bluefin tuna had died. 6 in cage 002 with the towing vessel Aliseo, and 4 in the towing vessel during the transport of the towing vessel Julia. So the total number of bluefin tuna reported dead is basically the total number of bluefin tuna calculated from these two previous documents. Then the captain of the towing vessel Hannibal 1, for example, which received the cage 028, is going to report all mortality events happening during his navigation. At the end of the towing trip, when this cage is going to be delivered to the destination farm, all these documents in original copy will be delivered to the farm operator, which is basically going to be able to tell how many bluefin tuna died from the catching point to the arrival at the farm, so that they can track the mortality events. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So now we're concluding our training session. I'm going to dedicate this time to tell you which are your tasks during your mission. So this is a very important closure part. Basically here you can see whose responsibility is when it comes to completion and signatures. So the most important thing that you will need to focus on is that the national observers are not required to sign any document or compile them. Video recording, we are going to see it tomorrow with the minimum standards. An adjustment in the Icat recommendation 2108. Basically, when it comes to conventional video evaluation, the national observer in the previous recommendation 1904 was not required to evaluate any video recording. But with this new recommendation, the conventional video evaluation is being done by the captain of the purseine catching vessel, or the operator of the trap, if the catching is done by a trap, and by the regional observer and the national observer. Of course, the national observer is required to evaluate the number of live bluefin tuna transferred in the cage towed by the towing vessel. They are on board in case of further transfers. So during the first transfer from the catching unit to the transport cage, the video evaluation is going to be done by the regional observers along with the operators, the trap operator or the captain of the purseine. But during further transfers, the regional observer basically is not going to be there. So the further transfers are done with towing vessels involved, donors and receiving. So basically, the responsibility for the evaluation of the video lies on the CPC observer, and in particular, the CPC observer of the donor towing vessel. So this morning, we've seen the importance of coverage for the CPC observer program. So you can see that without the national observer, the towing vessel can't be involved in the bluefin tuna fishing campaign. So the national observers basically can be employed at land imports to collect biometric data, for example, on longliners, on the 20% of longliners for each state member, on towing vessels, 100%, and on traps. We've already seen the Annex 6. So let's focus on the towing vessel mission. The towing vessel mission is basically summarized here in some main points. The first thing that you're going to do is the embarkment. Then the first operation that you're going to see is the cage delivery. So the farm of destination of the fish is going to give you a transport cage with a proper ID plate. So you're going to report on your logbook the ID plate of the cage which is delivered to your towing vessel. Then basically the towing vessel goes into navigation till he receives the information that is required at a catching point where the initial transfer is done. So at some point, a towing vessel is going to reach a catching area, and after the catching operation, from the catching net, the bluefin tuna is going to be transferred into the transport cage. Then, in some cases, further transfers could happen, because you have to know that it is not absolutely sure that you're going to be involved in further transfers. Sometimes, for example, the towing vessel just gets the bluefin tuna during the first transfer and then navigates back to the destination farm. Then there, he's going to deliver the farm and the towing trip is going to be finished. In some other cases in which operations get to a little bit more complicated, the transfers can happen, and we've seen all the further transfers that can be carried out. So basically, your tasks are here summarized. The first thing is the familiarization with the crew and the captain. Of course, you're going to submit a daily report of information on your personal logbook that we are going to see in detail during the last day of this training, so on Friday. You will need to be present and observe thoroughly all main operations and report information related to those operations. In case of further transfer, if you're on the donor towing vessel, you will evaluate the conventional video recorded and report the number obtained from the counting of the fish transferred. Of course, as Mr. Jean-Pierre Silva told you this morning, you will have all the time that you need, and we're going to see tomorrow that it is advisable for you to evaluate the video several times. So you're going to see the video one time, you're going to make your evaluation, your counting, and then to be sure, you're going to repeat this operation at least 3 times, but you're going to have all the time that you need. So another thing that you will need to do is keep and manage the documentation connected to each monitor operation. So at the end of the first transfer, for example, you're going to be provided with the ITD with all information on the first transfer operation, the memory device with the video recording inside, and the BCD. Then, of course, you're going to have the mortality form if there's a mortality event that happened during the first transfer. So these documents are going to be all strictly connected, as we've seen. So you will need to receive all of them. So your duty in this specific case is that you will have to keep those documents safely in order to allow any kind of inspection at sea. So you're going to show those documents cooperating with the captain of your vessel to the inspectors. Another thing that you will that you can do actually is checking the vessel's logbook to evaluate the consistency of the information reported when applicable or necessary. For example, it could happen that there's a day of bad weather, you don't feel that good, and you don't go to check the position. In that case, as long as you feel better, of course, you are going to go to the captain, ask to see the fishing vessel logbook to report the position that is going to report on the fishing logbook, for example. So if you miss an information for any reason, try not to, of course, but if you miss it, because it can happen, you can access to the fishing logbook asking kindly to the captain. Then, of course, you will need to elaborate a final report collecting all data registered during the towing trip. So we're going to see the logbook during the final day of this training session. So you're going to actually understand what kind of information you will need to describe. And at the end of your towing trip, collecting all those information that you collected daily, you will elaborate a final report. So, of course, here you can see the final operations that you're going to see, the cage delivery and the cage checks that I've told you about during the navigation. For what concerns trap, the National Observer can be deployed even on traps, as we've seen. And when the CPC Observer do monitoring activities onto this catching gears, he or she, of course, will report on landing activities related to daily trap checks. That means that the operators of the trap are going to check the trap every day to see if there's any dead bluefin tuna. In that case, the dead bluefin tuna is going to be landed to the designated port. So the National Observer is going to report the information on the landing of that dead fish. During harvest operation, the National Observer will monitor the harvest and collect biometric data on some of the specimens. And in case of release operation, as we've seen before, it is not the regional observer that will need to be present during the release from a trap, but it is the CPC observer designated for that trap that will need to monitor the release operation. So basically, we've seen that on traps, both national observers and regional observers can be deployed, but basically, they're going to have different tasks. So basically, the most important duties of the national observers start with a proper knowledge of the Icat recommendation, a proper knowledge of the Icat documentation, Of course, one of the most important things is to be respectful of the hierarchy established on board among the crew members when you are employed on a towing vessel. And it is very important even to establish a good cooperation relationship with the master of the towing vessel, especially in reporting data on the vessel logbook and during inspections at sea. So basically, there are going to be two logbooks. You're going to have your own logbook, and then there's going to be the vessel logbook. The information between these two logbooks will need to be consistent. So basically, here is very important that you cooperate actively with the captain of your towing vessel. So the captain of the towing vessel, of course, has duties towards the national observers too. So the captain will need to make sure that the national observer gets familiar with onboard hierarchy and respects it as appropriate. He will provide an appropriate personal space for rest and self-care. He will make sure the national observer is able to perform its own duties without being disturbed. He will make sure the national observer is not victim of intimidation, attempted bribery, verbal or physical harassment. And of course, he will need to allow free access of the vessel logbook and to electronic communication devices, radar and monitoring devices. So in light of all of this, as I said, it is very important to establish a good cooperation with the captain of the towing vessel, and the goal is that the whole process of bluefin tuna fishery could flow without any kind of obstacles or interruptions due to inaccuracy on documents and operational errors. So if you keep a good cooperation relationship with the captain, you can actually work together and get the best result possible out of your experience on board. So for me, it is all. I'm sorry I kept you half an hour more than expected. I hope that everything is clear for you, that all things have been discussed properly so that you can understand and actually memorize as much as you can. Of course, we're going to discuss some of things if you think we need to. So if there's no other question, if there's no questions, I believe that we can close the training session for today, and maybe we can update tomorrow. What do you say?
Okay for me.
All right, Laura. Ornella, sorry.
Okay.
I have one question, actually.
Absolutely, ask me.
Okay, I just lost one part in the section 3 of
Yes.
the section 3, but of the BCD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you can show me back the slide.
Absolutely. We can go back there. So, section 3, exactly here. Basically, section 3 is about trade information. We've seen that there are 2 trade information in the BCD. The first basically reports the trading operation when the seller is the catching operator. So for example, the trap operator is selling fish to a farm here in Malta. So basically in that case, the trap operator is going to report here the information regarding the trap that he owns, and then he's going to report information on the destination farm, which is buying the fish.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that is all. Any other question?
No, I think that's all for today. And thank you, Ornella. I would like to remind you that we are going to send you another link for the training session of tomorrow. You will receive, I think soon, half an hour more or less, another link to join the meeting for tomorrow. And hope that this part is clear for everybody. If you need more clarification, just like Cornella said, don't hesitate to contact us, and we will make another point on these topics that I know are so much complicated at first look, but you will take care of that step by step. Don't worry about it. I would like to add the just last thing. On Friday morning, we are going to give a look to the logbook for national observers, because you will be deployed on board the towing vessel if you pass the test, of course, but it's quite easy, the final test. And we are going to give a look to the logbook to give you all the information about your job on board. That's all from my side. Ornella, if you want to end this training session, please go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. We've discussed that we're going to see the personal logbook for the CPC observer together, so that they can actually understand what kind of information they will need to report daily. So I believe that they are going to be pretty tired by now. So let's try to focus on any question that you may have tomorrow. So you have the time to think about all the information that we transmitted to you today. So I believe we can close the session. I'm going to interrupt the registration.